What is up, folks? Happy Friday. Welcome to Fighting Games. Hope everybody's doing well. Lord Nico Jazz with 28 months of ultimate top-tier Skull Club membership. Thank you very, very much for your continued and immeasurably generous patronage. I feel like Nico Jazz is inventing galaxy brain fourth dimensional tech to subscribe more than once a month. Because it sure feels like that. Regardless, thank you very much. I always appreciate it. The opponent, Track Zero, Brunin G, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else, I hope you are all doing wonderfully well on this Friday evening. Morning, afternoon, night, whatever time it is, when and where you are watching. It is 7:08 p.m. here in Sweden. And it is time for Fighting Games. Man, it's been a while. This stream has been a good while coming. The goal was met for this stream several weeks ago. I think ahead of my birthday even. Yeah, because I knew I was going to be busy. Man, I think I was tied up like multiple Fridays. And we had to wait until today, but here we are. Dan, Goaty, greetings. Dan Almighty with the finger on the trigger. No raffles up just yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there soon enough. If someone managed to find their way here on this stream, having never been present for a previous Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday night bonus stream, Dan Almighty's got the right idea. Because we're going to do some raffles, and the lucky winner will get to determine which game we are going to be playing next. You can type !VS in chat to get a link to the document that will list all available games. It also serves as a record of games having previously been played with links to YouTube videos and Twitch VODs. I have admittedly not been keeping this document entirely up to date. I over the summer, I tried to remember. I think it was like, yeah, it was I got roped into some Amazon Prime trial thing, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, sure, let's try this. And of course with that came the Twitch Prime Gaming, whatever it's called, Twitch Prime, whatever, came with it. And they got me hook, line, and sinker, because I was like, you know what, this is actually not a bad deal, because I do get to do a Prime sub every month, but more importantly, which I had not realized was a thing, as a Prime member, my VODs stay up for 60 days instead of 14 days. So now all of a sudden I have what feels like infinite power to be lazy with highlighting my VODs. So instead of stressing out over it like every week, I can stress out over it once every 2 months. And as a result, just today I highlighted one of the previous streams of this nature, but I think there's still one. No, actually, that might be the most recent one that I just highlighted. But I think I'm 1 or 2 behind on putting them on YouTube, and I still haven't like really updated the document. But we'll get there. We'll get there. They should at least be preserved. Yes, within this very, very tiny niche of not having to stress out super frequently about highlighting VODs. My power level has significantly increased. But to be honest, it is worth paying. Like, basically, the money I pay for the Prime membership, it is basically what I would be paying for 1 month of a Twitch subscription, plus maybe €1 or something like that. I don't know. But I think that money is easily worth it for me, for the peace of mind of not having to stress out nearly as much about highlighting VODs, because highlighting one single VOD is not a terribly time-consuming thing, but it's like not fun, and it's at least slightly time-consuming. And then when they sort of pile up and you have to do, like, that's the way I used to do it. Like, once one thing I wanted to save was starting to expire, I'd just like start with that one and then catch up and highlight everything up until that point. And I'm doing it a little bit in bits and pieces here now that I have, you know, more time. But basically, it's it gives me a lot more leeway and freedom in how I schedule that tiny bit of tedium. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not too bad, but it's just like, I never feel like doing it right as I finish a stream, because I always, almost always finish my streams like late at night, and I'm tired, and I don't want to futz with it. I just want to like do something relaxing for an hour before I go to bed or something like that. And even if it's not that much work, Twitch, like highlighting VODs is not what I would call relaxing. But yeah, like I said, it's been easier. So, but as a result, the spreadsheet for the viewer's choice versus fighting games is not entirely up to date. I have, however, made sure to update it to include the games that I recently procured as part of my miracle birthday Japan package. Those games include, if I can remember, Super Bikkuriman, which we already got a first try 1cc on on my birthday. We found the tech to get the 1cc within like 2 minutes, and then 10 minutes later we beat it because it's a piece of shit game that has like no content in it. It's pretty incredible in its own way. We also have the Super Famicom version of Rise of the Robots. I also got Capcom Fighting Jam for the PS2. But there's, of course, a whole slew of games that I've been adding to my collection over the past months, if not years, that I have never actually gotten to play. A lot of the time, I try to pick stuff up with almost the primary, if not express purpose of adding it to that list so we can play them for these streams. So you never know what, you know, what you guys are going to pick, what we're going to end up playing, and that's the way I like it. It keeps me on my toes. I should mention, I mean, if it comes up, it'll come up, but my Switch is still kind of out of operation. It's not hooked up. There's a couple of Switch games on the list, so they're not going to be eligible tonight. But I don't think... There's like 200 other games to pick from, so I think we'll be fine. But just as a heads up for anyone who was particularly excited about the Switch version of Fighting EX Layer or PI Resonance, is that on? No, I think that's on Steam. Whatever. There's like 2 Switch games. I think we'll be fine. So the way this is going to work, for those who may be new to this, is we're going to do a raffle. You throw your name into the pile of names to get picked. One name will get picked at the end of the 3 minutes or whatever. You get to pick the game from the list. We play it for usually somewhere between 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how much offbeat ranting I will go on. And then we pick another game, and then we repeat the process. We will eventually unlock a... what's it called? Con coin, channel point, whatever, incentive to... incentive? That's not the right word at all. What is it called? Redemption? Man, I can't... It's Friday night. I'm tired. I can't speak. There's a thing where you can spend your hard-earned con coins on skipping the line and just picking the next game. There's also going to be one that lets you pick which character I'm going to use in whatever game we play. It's pretty self-explanatory. But those things will be enabled after a little while. We're going to make sure that we at least get one proper, honest raffle. We're probably going to get through, I would say, somewhere between 3 and 5 games. That tends to be how it goes. And I think with that, we should try to get the show on the road. Let's not dilly-dally too much. Let me set up for the first raffle, and we'll figure out where to go from there.
Beat 'em up, guys!
Nico Jazz, always looking to get more lore. I guess we're doing that. So let me... You know what? Let's do that first. Let's get it out of the way, because if I'm trying to do the raffle at the same time, it's just going to be whatever. I'm just going to forget. Let's just do it. Our retrospect essay between rounds. I mean, it's been known to happen. The book should be here somewhere. I like hurt my shoulder or something. I was gonna at the office today. Like one of my coworkers was leaving. So I was gonna like, oh yeah, see ya, and like just as I was gonna raise my arm to wave, like my arm, like just I don't know what the hell I did. I don't think that was like when it happened. I don't know. I'm weirdly stiff in my shoulder. Maybe it's because I actually, believe it or not, have a bicycle now. We'll see how long it lasts. Last time I had one for about 2.5 days before it got stolen. I have some extra security now. It should hopefully last a little bit longer. No, actually, that's not true. Because the most recent time I had a bike, I had it for a few months, actually. It was the time before that it got stolen in 2 days. But I haven't ridden a bike since last November, I think it when it got stolen. So, yeah, I'm feeling all kinds. I've been riding it like for 2 or 3 days now, and I can tell that my body's not quite used to the particular strain being put on it by riding a bicycle. And maybe that includes sore shoulders, who knows. But anyway, we got the book right here. Go Straight, the ostensibly ultimate guide to side-scrolling beat-em-ups. I still haven't gotten around to writing a review for this, which I definitely need to do. Because, I have opinions on this book. But let's see. What does this book have to say about Knights of the Round? That would be on page 160. Oh, that's pretty close. Alright, we got a 2-page spread, and that's it. We got some delightful, perfect illustrations of the extremely fucked up wrong aspect ratio. Like, look at that fucking horse. Does that look correct to you? It does not look correct to me. The aspect ratio is all messed up. So all the screenshots are cropped and everything is wrong. And I kind of hate it. Aside from how the actual pictures look, the layouts are nice. But I can't look at any one of these pages of any Capcom game or any NES game or Super NES game without being like, you know what? This looks annoyingly wrong. But let's try to set that aside and see what it actually says in the text. I need to hydrate. Knights of the Round, developer Capcom, released 1991. Loosely based on the Knights of the Round Table mythology, this superb brawler from Capcom expanded on the role-playing elements it first introduced in Dynasty Wars. Which is, of course, Tenshio Kurao 1. Editor's note. Streamer's note. The game opens with King Arthur pulling his sword Excalibur from the stone and becoming the chosen warrior who will defeat the evil King Garibaldi. Together with his comrades Lancelot and Percival, Arthur must repel the villain's army and save Britain from a dark era of war. Each of the knights has a standing sword combo and jump attack, as well as a unique 2-button special, and moves that require directional inputs. For example, Arthur can pull off a spinning slash if you press forward and attack in the middle, or at the end of a combo string. It has a neat instant knockdown effect that's great for crowd control. Arthur is a good all-rounder for beginners, with a nice balance of power and speed, while Lancelot is faster but weaker. Percival is interesting as he's both the strongest and slowest character of the trio, but also has the ability to dash. The differences might seem subtle, but they can make a real difference depending on your preferred playstyle. Regardless of which knight you choose, the game gives you a nice sense of progression thanks to its experience and leveling mechanics, which change your character's appearance and stats each time you gain a level. You will earn experience points by defeating enemies in battle, or by picking up treasure scattered throughout each of the 8 stages. It's pretty neat to see your hero start off with basic leather armor and transform into a heavily armored juggernaut over the course of the game. It's a sense of reward you don't get in your average side-scroller. Even when you're at the lowest level, combat in Knights of the Round just feels really weighty and satisfying thanks to some great audio and visual feedback. There's some meaty sound effects when your sword hits enemy armor, with the impact causing sparks that fly off your blade. This combination of effects make you feel really powerful as you take down bandits, enemy knights, and other bad guys standing in your way. You can even ride on horseback in some sections, which gives you a decent height advantage over your opponents. Gameplay aside, this is a seriously artistic game with animated foreground and background details to help the world feel populated and alive. Stage 2 is a great example, as your hero ventures into a misty forest where you can just make out soldiers fighting each other through the tree line. The team at Capcom added a lot of visual cues to help the world feel like it was being torn apart by war. It's a nice vibe that gives the game a clear identity. The visuals, animation, and overall aesthetic of Knights of the Round show that in 1991, arcade games still had the edge when it came to raw technical power. The home console market started to hit back at the arcades over the next few years, thanks to the arrival of Streets of Rage 2 and other outstanding titles. But with games like Knights of the Round, Capcom made a solid case that the arcade was still king. you know, this was a pretty good write-up, I have to say. I think they actually managed to concisely but accurately hit on a lot of what actually makes the game pretty unique. Like, they don't go too in depth with the mechanics, but they actually explain the mechanics a little bit, like a lot more than any of the other games. They make a pretty specific case for why, like, the visuals are interesting, other than just saying it looks good, it's excellent, whatever. Like, in fact, other than using the word superb to describe the game in general, it doesn't really go into, or I mean, it doesn't layer kind of hyperbole on it for the sake of it. It just sort of, I don't know, it feels like a more, I don't want to say objective analysis, but it more of an analysis as opposed to just gushing over things with no kind of depth to it. So I think this was a much better write-up than some of the others. When did this book come out? Earlier this year, I believe. I think it came out in spring. Basically, I got it when it first came out, and when it came out is when I started doing this incentive. So, however long ago this has been a thing, is basically when the book came out. But I want to say, I don't know, before summer, but April or May or something like that. So it's a pretty brand new kind of book. Like, I guess we can see all the games are covered in chronological order. So, actually, I guess Streets of Rage 4 is the most recent game featured. I mean, obviously, you know, it would take a little bit of time. Yeah, the last section, the last chapter is called 2020 to 2021 because it's kind of sorted by decade, I guess. But there are no actual 21 games in here. But, you know, lead times with printing and whatever makes sense. Trying to see if there's... I guess not. But yeah, so obviously, of course, by the time, like, after Streets of Rage 4, there's been, I would say, a good handful of even notable beat-em-ups. And surely far more smaller, less noteworthy ones. But, I mean, yeah, it's obviously... it's hard to put out a book that documents an entire thing that is still ongoing. But as far as, like, the classic era, or even up until, you know, whenever you would mark the starting point of the currently ongoing era of beat-em-ups, it's thorough. I mean, it's comprehensive in the amount of titles that it covers. I mean, it's a big-ass book, right? I don't think it's very comprehensive in its depth of analysis or how it handles or covers each of the games. But as far as being having at least something to say about just about any beat 'em up through Streets of Rage 4. Although looking at, I mean, I haven't looked too much at anything in this book beyond what have you know, what people have redeemed. But I'm sure there's plenty of, like, Steam indie games that could have been covered here that haven't been. But as far as, like, the arcade and console games, it's definitely, I think it does a good job of at least mentioning. I mean, I haven't gone through the list of games featured in the book. I can't recall thinking of anything that was like a blatant omission. I think maybe at its most extreme, like, it would be edge cases that could be argued one way or the other whether they should be mentioned in a book like this or not. Like games that are up for debate whether you should consider them a side-scrolling beat-em-up or not, I guess. Like, out of curiosity, I actually want to see, does it start with Kung Fu Master? Oh yeah, because it's not. Never mind. I was like, wait, it starts with 64th Street? I was like, no, wait. The table of contents is in alphabetical order. So 64th Street is the first alphabetically sorted game. So, let's see. Yeah, Spartan X, Kung Fu Master is the first game. So that makes sense. So there's obviously some stuff here. You know, single lane beat 'em ups. And there's some games that, like, I don't know. The case could be made one way or the other. But as far as anything that is, like, unquestionably a beat 'em up that came out on console or arcade, I think it's got most of them, at least. But yeah, you know, if that was the first article I read, maybe my first impression of the book wouldn't have been as negative, although it still got that fucked up artwork. Anyway, Nika Jazz, thank you for the redemption. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope everyone in chat enjoyed that. That bought us some time. We've let some people drop in here, and I think it's high time that we set up our first raffle. So let me configure that. And we shall have this set up shortly. As always, the one actual proper subscriber incentive that I have on this channel, aside from ad-free viewing and access to a beautiful skull and some emotes, is that as a subscriber you have increased luck for these raffles. So I mean, by all means keep your rigging blades sharp, but if you want to have slighter edge still, members of the Skull Club do get preferential treatment. Okay, with that said, I do believe that the raffle is good to go. So type in raffle in chat within the next 2 minutes and change, and you will have the chance to pick tonight's first game. In the meantime, let me find the link myself here. That's the link, right? Yeah. I'm gonna update this spreadsheet here. Don't mind me making a mess in chat. Knights of the Round. There we go. And today is the 30th. Of course, it's the last day of September. The last day of September. And your last chance, speaking of preferential treatment for subscribers. Wait, what did I didn't mean to do that. If you get a subscription or extend your subscription or gift one or however that works, you will get a discount. But I'll try not to shill that too hard and focus on video games. Okay, I think that is that spreadsheet taken care of. Let us close that down, and we'll keep tabs on the other stuff. Actually, let me do this. Anyway, always the calm before the storm, the feeling of suspense, not knowing what kind of crap you guys are gonna I shouldn't say subject me to. I am most certainly subjecting myself to this, but determining what we're gonna play. Actually, let's well, whatever. Let's just wait it out. There's a minute to go. Type raffle in chat if you want to have a chance to pick the first game tonight's stream. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep forgetting this. So let me also, while we're here, oh, never mind. I guess I can't do that from here. I was gonna mark the community challenge like as completed, but I guess I can't do that from the chat window. I have to go back to my admin thing. Whatever, we'll do that later. All right, 25 seconds it says on my end, accounting for Twitch lag. I guess that's your last chance, basically, to type raffle in chat. Wish you could redeem Rokudenashi Blues now that you have more context. Alas. Well, we got plenty of plenty of other quality games to choose from. Several other, I'm sure, licensed anime games, with or without context. All right. Let's go! Let's go. First game picker. Boom! Atomic Runner. Well, speak of the devil. No Rokudenashi Blues, I guess, but you'll have to think of something else. Super Bikkuriman. There we go. All right. Okay. More anime games. Well, this should be a pretty quick one. All right. Give me a second as we set up here. I did bring it here, didn't I? Got it right here. Okay, so I give the usual recent disclaimer here. When I switch scenes here, the Twitch stream, OBS, everything might explode. Hopefully it will not, but I guess we'll find out. No explosions. Sick. Okay, let me actually set up the capture also. That would be a good idea. Where did I get my shirt? This shirt, just as the 98% of shirts I wear, was bought from the Yeti. They do daily t-shirt designs for video game related stuff. I'm sure people recognize them as the sponsor of GDQ. So I usually get a couple of GDQ shirts every GDQ event, and then I get more shirts here and there. Can't remember when exactly I got this, but I don't know, a while back. With few exceptions, that's pretty much where I get all my t-shirts. All right, let's see if we have all of our capture set up, organized properly here. Looks like it. Let me use this. Oh shit, I just realized I don't think I have cover art for this. Give me a second while let's enjoy the attract mode. I don't know if you even watched this. Surely there cannot be much exciting going on in this game's attract mode, given how little is going on in the rest of it. Let me, I'm just gonna organize some cover art stuff here for some other recently acquired games, so I don't have to realize I have to go do that again. Just enjoy the jams. I might as well do it now because this game is like 5 minutes long. It's gonna be a real struggle to stretch this to, I don't know, half an hour. Because usually I keep that as sort of the, like, I try not to blow through a game super quickly and then just move on. But that, I think, assumes that there is something of interest to actually look at or do. Which is fairly, debatable in this case. This is fucking loud. So I think there's, you know, we played Super Linear Ball, which was confusing and weird, but at least kind of impressive in some weird ways. I have, I don't know, SimCity 2000, which is, you know, ambitious for everything that's terrible about it. I think there's a real case to be made that this is the worst Super Famicom game in my collection. Let's get that cover art going here. So this is based on a TV anime, I guess. I know jack shit about it. And needless to say, I didn't learn much more from playing the game. Yeah, there's like extremely limited animation. There's like no nothing in this game. Alright, I've got double audio here. I'll just mute this on my end. Oh, that's better. Like, technically, it's unimpressive. It's, like, extremely letterboxed. The characters are, like, you know, they're pretty decently sized, but about what you would expect from a typical fighting game. There's, like, no background animation or parallax scrolling, really. There's, like, even the color palettes for the background tiles. Yeah, exactly. Like, it looks like a GBC game or an NES game, almost. Like, you have these, like, very clear chunks of like this, like it's very monochromatic. Like each part has a like extremely tiny color palette, and it's not like intermixed to make it like look better or anything. So oh yeah, let me get the timer going here. Here we go. And I don't know, it's just and there's like there's 2 playable characters, although when you beat the game you get a cheat code that lets you pick any character. Which is like, you know, Art of Fighting style or whatever. Fair enough. There are like no cinematics. There's no. I think there was like one screen of text when you beat the game, and it's on screen for like 2 seconds, so you didn't even really get to read it. Yeah, there's no difficulty option. There's no button config, but I think the game uses like 2 buttons. Oh yeah, select to back out. Well, let's start the timer, I guess. And oh yeah, we'll enable the choose my fighter if anyone in chat wants to spend money to decide whether we're going to use Tiki or Phoenix. I'll give you 10 or 20 seconds to redeem that if someone really wants to. I will say we played as Phoenix last time, I think. So I know that Phoenix has a really good button. Who knows how Tiki is equipped? Oh yeah, I guess there's level. I guess this is difficulty. Who the heck knows? You know what? Let's make it somewhat interesting. Let's go to level 3 because I guess it defaults to level 1. So maybe I played it on level 1 last time. I really don't know. Whether it's the same as I did or not, like whatever. Let's do level 3. I don't know if I'm quite ready for level 5. Well, let's do Tiki. And I guess we'll start fighting Master P. That's like the one cool thing in this entire game. Like the character select is the versus screen. There's no other character select screen. Oh, okay. Right, I have to find... Oh yeah, there's like the... blocking... Oh yeah, forward... No. Oh my god. Okay, this might be tricky. Tiki doesn't have the long-range kick that Phoenix has, but he has the punch, I guess. Hitbox is a little... Okay. Yeah, I think we got the strats. So yeah, there's 2 buttons, punch and kick. There's hardly any animation. You do have more than 2 normals though, because you, in some cases, I guess, at least can get different normals by holding forward or back. Like Phoenix had a really good long-range kick that was forward and kick. But Tiki just has this knee. I think maybe if you press... I don't know. Yeah, so he's got like this jab, I guess, and then forward punch for this, like... Oh, okay. I guess it was kind of... I kind of got comboed. I don't know. One quirk of this that comes from the fact that there's no animation, basically, is that attacks don't seem to have recovery, per se. Because it's just 1 frame, and it's just active for as long as it stays out. So you'll just stick this out, and if they walk into it, it's their own fault. That's kind of how the game works. But Phoenix had a kick that was like longer range. 1P win. Like the art for the backgrounds especially isn't like terrible. It's like entirely unexciting, but it's not completely inept. The music's like all right. Like the actual audio quality is okay. Do I have a jumping? Okay. I was trying to determine if I had jumping normals at all. How did I even... Seems like I'd have to press both punch and kick together in the air to do a jumping kick. Turning around is a little bit weird. That doesn't have any frames. Oh, I think I'm dead. Yeah. So you can hold back to do a blocking pose, but it doesn't appear that that does anything. You definitely take damage. Maybe you take less damage? It's unclear. Yeah, I was holding back. See, I was walking backward when I got hit. Yeah, so attacks also like seemingly... Oh shit, okay. I think we found the tech. Might be too late here. Rip the 1cc. Game over. We get to see what this looks like. And we get to see if the ending is different when we don't get a 1cc. But that's the thing, like, it took a match or two to find the good normals. See, this attack actually has 2 frames, but none of them are recovery frames. So we can just out-footsie just about anything. And if they jump over us, we just hit them in the back as they jump over. Yeah, I mean, nothing about the art in this game is impressive. I'm just saying, like, trying to find any sort of silver lining to this. I think we saw in the credits that the game was, there's like 1 programmer, 1 artist. Like, there's just like no staff, no money put into this. So I'm holding down, so I guess there's like... Yeah, when you finish your sweep, the character actually returns to the neutral state and has to play the crouching animation to go back to crouching. That's why he's like, looks like he's standing up very quickly for a split second after I do the kick. But yeah, we were playing this on my birthday stream, and McCall was remarking that, like, it's incredible. It's like shocking that this game was allowed to, like, go out in retail. And I have to sort of agree. It's... I feel like I've definitely seen Taiwanese bootlegs that are a lot, you know, on similar levels of jank, maybe, but with a lot more heart and sort of effort on display. The Bikkuriman, Super Bikkuriman fandom money, too juicy. I mean, it must have been, I don't know. Oh, shit. I guess that's the strat, just get up close. Yeah, I was not even holding back. And I sort of block. Blocking this game is a mystery. There's a lot of licensed games for Famicom and Super Famicom. A lot of them not very good. A few of them this unimpressive, but still. A lot of Hummer Team games more competent than this. Yeah, I mean, we played the Famicom Final Fight 3, right? That's a Hummer Team game. That was pretty sick. Yeah, it's like... That one stage actually has scrolling, but it's not parallax. It's not actually... Like, it's still only 1 layer. It's just split in half. Little M. Yeah, see, at this point, I'm almost like, man, I wish I... knew to use the crouching kick. And we wouldn't, like, from here on out, it seems unlikely that we're gonna lose. But like I said, we'll actually be able to finish the game and see if... I wonder if the ending and cheat code that you get at the end... Maybe that's only on a 1cc. I wonder if the sweep only hits closer to the end. The leg, who knows? Like, those are the questions. The kind of deep philosophical questions that this game brings to the surface. But yeah, look at this stage. Like, every single part has, like, extremely limited colors. There's, like, no artistry or, like... I mean, not that no artistry. I mean, specifically to the use of color. Like, every... Like, even the... You know, this stage is an even better example. Like, look at the background, the wall. And how those, like, weird tentacles, as they get closer to the floor... Oh boy, hitting corner isn't great. Like, they just sort of transition into the... Well, I don't know, actually looking at it, maybe it's supposed to be a reflection in the floor. But even so, like, the floor has 3 colors. The background wall has 4 colors. The curtains has 3 or 4 colors. The... I don't know, trilobite throne, which conceptually is pretty fucking sick. 3 colors. Like, everything, every component has, like, 3 colors. And it's, like, stretched pretty far and thin. Yeah, no voice. I mean, there's like the one voice clip when we pick the character. But the sound effects and voice clips in-game are extremely limited. Yeah, the music, I think, is probably the best part of the game. And that's, like, not to shit on the music, but it's a very low bar to clear. And I think the music is pretty unremarkable. It's just a lot less unremarkable than everything else. I think some of the backgrounds have some really cool shit going on. Like these weird, whatever they are, they're definitely cool. Dude, the frame advantage. Dude, like... I'm just like fully in block stun. But the actual, like... Yeah, look at the rocks on the left. Like, some of the background elements would be like... The way they're drawn would be really cool if it weren't for it being... Like, if the negative aspects of how the backgrounds are painted wasn't so, like... in your face. Like, stylistically, achieving those, like, rock shapes on the far ends of the stage. Like, that's some real artistry to that. Like, but... Actually, come to think of it, these weird domes with the purple rim lighting, like, that's kind of cool. Yeah, the green little eyeball thing. Like, hey, that's actually a thing that uses more colors. Even the chairs having, like, the purple padding or whatever. But it's absurd that those kinds of details would be standing out. And that literally everything else has this, like, very strange, stylized, monochromatic look to it. I guess maybe you have to, like, hold down block, because I feel like every time I seemingly have gotten stuck in block stun, it's when I'm trying to neutral crouch and do the kick. But I'm holding back, I definitely get, like, knocked down from projectiles and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of funny, like, this stage, you know, with the weird helicopter things moving across the screen, sort of. Both in the way they are drawn, as well as the fact that something is in motion. Like, those are the two components to make this a more elaborate stage than most. But the way in which they've tried to achieve this effect is so staggeringly crude that it ends up kind of detracting from what it's like. If they just were able to have a transparent layer, even if the closer and further choppers were still on the one layer, just having them actually move. Oh, there. Oh, okay. But wait for this for Storong Devil. So I guess that maybe was not the real ending. Yeah, like, I didn't have time to read, so I'm not sure. But it sounded like something about... Yeah. Oh, actually 2 programmers, I see. Yeah. One artist for the characters and one artist for the background. You know, still, for a video game, for console game development schedule at the time, even if this wasn't rushed out in 4 weeks, you know, for one person, like, this isn't... Yeah, we got this code. Alright. You know, it's not a crazy... Like, imagine if you had quadruple the amount of art people on this. If you had 4 artists working on the character sprites, and you didn't have any more characters, just give every character 4 times the amount of art. Or even 3 times. At that point, it would be kind of standard, pretty respectable. But as it is, it's... Respectable just isn't the word that comes to mind. But yeah, there we go. What a game, indeed. Super Bikkuriman. there we go. Do we want to play this for another 15 minutes? I don't know. I think we should keep up the pace here and make up for the fact that on the last Viewer's Choice stream, we played like 3 games, and I usually want to try to get at least through 4 or 5. So let's do a quick one, and we should have time for some more games. The ending being in English, who knows? I guess we'll enjoy the attract mode here, and we'll set up another raffle. Thank you very much for that pick. That was fun. I've beaten this game twice in a week. Lord knows I will likely not pick this game up of my own volition again anytime soon. But you know, that was fun. So let's do a new one here. And yeah, there we go. Raffle is open. Let me go to the spreadsheet here. Let me find Super Bikkuriman and note that this has been played. It is today the 30th of September. Let me fill this up with red. Further delineate that as a completed game. A completed obligation, if you will. And yeah, this is all set up. Yeah, there you go. Type raffle in chat. And you too can have the joy of inflicting dank anime fighters on myself and the rest of the stream. Granted, I'm not sure how much, how many games I have available that are comparable, for better or for worse, to Super Bikkuriman. But there you go. As a vehicle for selling extremely cheap snacks, it's pretty impressive. Yeah, I don't know jack shit about Super Bikkuriman. Like, I bought it because it was a fighting game, and I was like, hey, you know what? I'm not really familiar with this game. It looks extremely dank. Let's add it to the collection. And hey, it's paying for itself already. It's twice over. We got the birthday 1cc, and then we got this nice and snappy intro to tonight's Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday night bonus stream. So, money well spent as far as I'm concerned. Alright, let's see. Alright, we got about 1 minute left, accounting for Twitch lag. Type raffle in chat to help pick the next game. Cody has entered the raffle with Overlord powers. He's got the flaming skull. Pretty powerful skull. And yet another reminder that I need to fucking update the skulls. But we'll see. I'm gonna have to do some stream layout shit for Games Bond, which is starting in less than 2 weeks. Which is actually stressing me out a little bit when I say it out loud. But we'll get there. Gonna need some new Franco Phase C emotes, I think, for that. And that's gonna be fun for sure, though. But yeah, since I'm doing that, I might as well also look over some emotes. And wow, this demo. Actually, I mean, it's pretty indicative of the game, though, so it's a good demo in that sense. Also, Nooch, I didn't buy the box and manual. If I did, it would have been more expensive for sure, and it would have... There's a limit to the kind of nonsense I can spend money on. Let's go! It's not a, not a very firm limit, but, it exists. Anyway, let's do this. Boom, Brunin G, congrats. You are the winner, and you will get to determine the next game. What is it going to be? Yeah, you must have typoed there, Cody. That's the only answer. Given how your perfect track record is of proclaiming that you're going to win the raffle and then winning the raffle, it's a shock. Mortal Kombat 9. I guess we will be playing the Steam version. So let me go set that up then. We'll listen to these jams for a few minutes as I figure this out. I guess I'll use this controller. Bikkuriman is a chocolate wafer. I mean, as far as chocolate wafer themed fighting games go, I guess it's pretty decent. I can't think of a much better one. Wow, a lot of rhyme on this thing. Actually, maybe I should use this controller instead. It's been a while since I did. Well, you know, fuck it. Let's just use the other one then. What's up, Simonowski? Yeah, there were an obscene amount of gift subs going around on the birthday stream. So we got a lot of fresh and returning members of the Skull Club. And yes, my birthday was very, very good. Thank you for asking. Aside from the gift subs, we had an incredible burger. We had exciting package delivery action with the good guy FedEx man who agreed to swing by a second time to deliver the package because I missed his phone call the first time. We unboxed a bunch of shit. We played some good games. We played some not so good games. We built a Gundam even. Man, it was a very eventful stream. Okay, let me find some VS fighting here. Alright, thank you for your service, Super Bikkuriman. Gonna do that. And we're gonna switch scenes and hope that shit doesn't break. Okay, looks like it's okay. We're not playing Return to Monkey Island. We are playing... where's the title? There we go. I guess I'll type it out. It's not technically called Mortal Kombat 9, but... might as well. So we should have some kind of cover art for this. There we go. I'm not a big fan of this artwork, but it is what it is. So the PC version of MK9 is famously a bit iffy, technically. But for our purposes, I think we don't need to really worry too much about that. Last played April 21st, 2019. Man, I wonder what was the occasion for that? Not that it matters, but it's the first time since then that we're playing it. A bit over 3 years. Run advanced options configuration. Do I want to do that? Hang on. I guess I shouldn't have to do that. Yeah, okay. Wow. Not a lot of options there, but let's boot it up. Yeah, high voltage. Not a great track record with these ports. They did the initial MKX port, which was horribly busted until Q-Lock came in and just kind of redid it and fixed it up. Okay. Something is exploding on my main monitor here. I can see OBS and everything. The game looks all kinds of... What the fuck? Okay. It's like spreading across my monitors in an absurd way. Okay, it's like not designed to... Wow, okay. I need to quit out of this. This is similar to the kinds of things... See, I do remember this. So, I'm starting like the setup program for it, and it gives me an option for which monitor I want to play it on. And it's like not necessarily actually putting it on the monitor I'm asking it to put it on. Let's try that again. Actually, looking at it, it might have actually been set to the wrong monitor, so it actually did what I asked it for. But my second monitor is vertical, so it put the 1920 by 1080 video on the corner of the top monitor, stretching it out over the... absurd. It's now putting a white box over half of the... Dude, it's still putting it on the wrong monitor. See, this is exact... Oh my fucking god. This port sucks. Can I, like, fucking shift it to the other monitor? It's extremely loud, too. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna quit it again. I remember going through pretty much this in the past of like trying to get it to actually display on the monitor I want to, and I there's no option to play it in windowed mode or anything. What's up, Malone? Yeah, we're trying to boot up the PC version of Mortal Kombat 9, and it is giving us a little bit of trouble. Actually, what if I don't try to run the config and I just boot it up? Is that somehow gonna, like, by not trying to tell it what to do, will it just not? Okay, no, this doesn't look promising. Like, definitely the last time I played this, I did not have this monitor set up. Dude, my camera is like bugging out too. Something is like... I have to like alt-tab out of it and tab back to be able to see the game. Danger, high voltage software. Yes, definitely danger. So I wonder if it's even... Like, both my monitors are 1440p resolution also. Yeah, the display is not even like updating. No. And there's like no options. I have to like alt-tab. No. Alt-tab back to the game. Let's see if I can find my way to the video options and see if there's anything I can change here. Fucking hell. I can't read half the options because they're literally on top of, like, the options appear in the space where there is no monitor because it's like stretching between the monitors. I can't auto configure. Fucking god. Okay, well, we'll give this a few. Okay, I tried to run an auto configure thing. Screen went black and it disappeared over one monitor. Sure. Yeah, this version definitely will crash on occasion. That did not help. The game, like, it's still literally freeze framing. I have to alt-tab out of it and alt-tab back to see what happened. Okay, let me quit. I have this on PS3. I just figured that the PS3 is a bit of a hassle. Is it worse than this, though? Well, don't worry, Brennan. This is, this is a tradition, right? Viewer's choice versus fighting game technical support streams is a thing. Like, I don't know if the options thing is, like, when I click the play button in Steam, I get one of these options that asks me if I want to play the game or if I want to run advanced options configuration. So it's booting that up in this secondary game window. It has, the only options literally are, well, can I capture this just for the, like, absurdity to show what it's like? These are the options. These are the advanced options that I'm presented with. It is display 1 is, it says that it's default, but every time I boot up the config, it is actually set to display 2. But display 1 is the one I want. Multiplayer distance filter is a bit, who gives a shit? I used to play this with a friend down the street, and it ran like crap, so that's kind of whatever. Oh, I mean, that was a PS3 version, which would have been better than this probably, too. Display letterboxed. Let's try that, I guess. Okay, now I got a Windows spinning cursor. Nope, okay. This is not going to work. So my main screen went black, and the lower third is a white box. And I alt-tab out of it, and I alt-tab back to it, and yeah, it's just playing it on... Okay. This is not gonna work. That's frustrating, because I know that I've definitely played this on stream before, but I wonder if it, you know... I definitely didn't have a vertical monitor at that point, but I wonder if it ended up on the other monitor that I wanted, and I just said, fuck it, I guess I'll play on that monitor, which is what I would do now if it did not literally cut off half of the game screen and put the other third on the wrong screen. But it's not saving because where it's located. I don't know. I mean, how would I even run it in admin mode? I don't know how that even... And even then, how, like, it's not even... the graphics aren't even displaying properly. Nothing is... Like, everything is frozen. So, I think we should just... I think we should just try to get the PS3 version going. Because I should probably... have the save date. Like, I wouldn't have deleted, like, install maybe. Well, Brunan, I guess I'll give you the choice. If you want to, you can pick another game, and we'll play whatever. Or, we spend a couple of minutes booting up the PS3 and checking if I have it installed, and we can just, like, because if it's, I think we can probably just play it on PS3. But if you would rather pick something else than deal with the tech support crap, that's okay too. So it's your choice. Tekken 2. Okay, so let's... I'll make sure then to the next stream that I will troubleshoot and make sure, because I did, like, when my PS3... I started having some overheating issues with the PS3. And after that, at some point later, I went back and sort of tested out more games. And the games I've tested, that they are, like, on that list. So between now and the next stream, I will run some tests and make sure that I have MK9 running, and if it's working, we'll have it available, the PS3 version. So yeah, apologies, but that's how it goes sometimes. So Tekken 2, I believe I have both the PS1 version and the arcade version on the list. So which one do you want to play, or do you want me to play rather? Because I think I got the PlayStation port not that long ago. Arcade. Okay, that means PS2, which means things could crash. Well, I guess actually we could do this. Yeah, that'll work. Because it is on the Tekken 5 disc. So let's see if I have that here. Yeah, Tekken 5. There we go. It's going to take a few minutes. Let's get some jams going in the meantime. You know what? Come to think of it, I don't know that I have any cover art thing for this either. Let me check real quick. I guess I wouldn't. We'll just look at Starblade for a minute. Bear with me. Let's see the capture. OBS, please. Oh, right. There we go. And let's. I guess we want this. Yeah. A memory card, but that's fine. We don't need it for what we're doing. Hang on. Why is the oh, no. I have to actually set this also. So I think we want this profile. That looks about right. All right, this is cool. Well, this is the Tekken 5 opening. We're not playing Tekken 5, we're playing Tekken 2, which, by the way, I need to update the game title here. So I assume none of the options that we set here are gonna have any kind of bearing on the arcade history stuff. Tekken AC version, Tekken 2 AC version, and Tekken 3 AC version. Pretty sick extras for this game. Tekken 5 was a whole fucking package for sure. Yeah, we just get the... That's right. Oh, okay, you can hold select for test mode. Interesting. Try that. We're losing, can't save anything, whatever, but that's fine. Yeah. But... Wait, what? このままこのモードを始めるとセーブされてないプレイ内容が失われます。このままこのゲームを始めますか Yes. Oh, okay. Whatever. Music makes you want to play Rez. Yeah, it's got kind of a Rez-y vibe for sure. Good morning. Yeah, Bruno. I mean, that makes sense. Like, it's... I know Mortal Kombat is very popular in Russia, and MK9 especially, so that doesn't surprise me at all. It's a very near and dear game to me as well. Like, I had a lot of very good times playing that game with friends when I was in school. And I actually was very excited to play it, but yeah, the PC version, it's just more busted than I gave it credit for, I guess. Man, this is, capture's looking really fucking nice and crisp here. I guess it's because the game itself is not running in high-res mode. Like, the UI is running in some kind of high resolution. Actually, I guess... I don't know, it's some weird, like... It's like 640 by 240 or something? Some kind of weird resolution going on. Looks super sharp, though. But yeah, so this... the versions included in this are like the... it's like with all the time release characters unlocked. Wait, what? R punch to exit. Okay, so I can't even test my right punch button. That's kind of weird. Whatever. Choose my fighter. We're gonna play as Kazuya. Yeah, we're gonna get some Kazuya's revenge. Nice. We actually get some full options here. I don't know much about how to play anyone in this game, but Kazuya is like the one character I know at least 2 things with. So that seems like a good choice. What's up with this 4? This font is a bit messed up, isn't it? Character change. I guess there's no like load times to worry about in this version anyway. New character. Wow, what a weird thing that, like, you don't want fucking girl cooties in your arcade game, you can advertise Beck instead of June. Is that the idea? Weird. Oh, look at these polygons. Of course, the arcade versions, they have their own little CG opening intro here. But the console versions always added all the FMV and the endings and everything. Well, yeah, let's do it. So this is like the standard character lineup. Dude, I forgot, like, Kazuya is actually even unlockable in this. So all these other characters are like the mid-boss characters. There were time release in the arcade and were like unlockable. Wait, I can't pick with left punch? Oh. My buttons are weird. Alright, that's sick. We got the costume I wanted. This is the sick Kazuya costume. Alright, let's see if I know how to play Tekken. Oh yeah, let's Whoa, that's... What the hell am I doing? I'm trying to not... I'm not trying to fucking type. The time split... Oh my... Time split? Live split? Yeah, I can't... That's fine. Okay, hang on. Live split crashed. Of course it did. Let me get the...
You win.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I still won.
Round 2. Fight.
Alright, let's restart live split and see if... Alright, that's better. Okay, we won. Nice. We didn't need to reset or anything. Oh, dude, look at the fucking devil Grim Reaper on the back of his jacket.
Round 1. Fight.
Can we get some electrics out here? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, twin pistons. That'll do. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with this. Although I mostly remember playing the demo. But a friend of mine had Tekken 3, and we played that a lot too. Trying to go for some kind of weird tech catch. Not a thing, I guess. Are electrics a thing in this game? I'm not even sure. Alright. Pen stringing me. Alright. Well, Broccoli, I think this game is very different from Virtua Fighter. I mean, Tekken 1 is... I mean, Tekken was never that similar to Virtua Fighter in its mechanics. Obviously, it's, like, greatly inspired by it. But in terms of how it plays, I mean, it's closer to Virtua Fighter than Street Fighter, but it has... speaking as someone who loves Virtua Fighter, I don't really get that. A lot of what I get from Virtua Fighter from Tekken. No electrics in this game. Okay, it makes sense. I would have figured I would have gotten one out at this point. Wow, okay, that would not have worked in later games. Yeah, sure. That was supposed to be a hop kick, but we'll take that. But Tekken 2 is definitely where the series started to kind of really take off. Because Tekken 1 is like really pretty ugly. Yeah, timing juggles is definitely a bit awkward. 90s damage. But Tekken 2, like Tekken 3 is where it really cemented itself. Like, you can see a lot of what would, like, in terms of aesthetics and, you know, the atmosphere and vibe of Tekken. Tekken 1 didn't have much of it. Tekken 2 definitely had a lot more style and personality to it. Tekken 3, like, what Tekken is today, you can so clearly see that in Tekken 3. Those moves. All right. But you know, the music and stuff, like, there's a lot of pretty cool stuff in this game. Oh yeah, pirate skeleton Yoshi. Like, the sound design is definitely, I don't know, brings up a lot of memories and emotions, I feel like. Dude, I can't fucking hit jack shit after that. Like, I'm just mistiming it, of course, but... Missed step, which is kind of weird. Like, this game doesn't have sidestepping or 3D movement, but there is, like, Kazuya has the missed step, where if you press forward then neutral, it does this weird diagonal step. But I don't know if you can, like, actually use it to evade anything. I've always found 3D movement to be weird in Tekken, even in, like, modern ones. But certainly before it had, like, universal, like, as part of a mechanic, it was definitely exceedingly weird. Ah, should've been a jab. It's very stiff, but yeah, like, I think for me, like, the most obvious improvement is the character models just look infinitely better. Dude, that did like half health. Dude! Alright, she did a half of a chain throw. Alright. Well, we got pretty far on the one credit. Further than I would have expected. Alright, let's go. Kazuya Mishima! Oh, that's right. That's not the tuxedo costume. Oh. That's while standing forward one?
Round 2. Fight.
What that move was. Wait, can you do twin pistons just down forward one, too? I guess so. Of course. Oh, he does have 4-4-3. Nice, that worked. Okay, that could have been a lot worse.
You win.
Kind of weird that he doesn't have, like, he's got fully fingered gloves. Fucking damage. How's that not? Yeah, that's a whip punish. How is that weird, like, cartwheel kick, like, not jab punishable? I mean, I guess it's slow, but it feels like it should be punishable. You can charge that up to be like invincible, right? Oh, that was a 2 throw, I guess, because I was mashing 1. I was mashing 1 again. This is more how I was expecting it to go perfectly, frankly, so that's fine. But it's all loaded into memory, it's emulated, so no load times. That doesn't hit. OTG. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah, I guess
Round 2.
you do hop kicks with 4, right? Yeah, 'cause this jump like up forward 3 is like a high, it feels like. But of course he has the weird hop kick because he has the hell sweep follow up. Yeah, there's a lot of input reading here. Maybe I need to do the Virtua Fighter attack of
Round 1.
2P down jabbing, beat stuff out. Oh, I pressed the button there. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, whiff punishing is I don't know, pretty awkward, but especially against like a very defensive CPU. All right, well, that works, I guess.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, dude, I pressed 2, but I guess that was the 1 throw. That feels so fucking awful when you try to hit a grounded attack and it just whiffs and they hit you with the wake up kick. Music's good, but it feels kind of weird. Like, it doesn't seem to fit the stages very well. Stand up, please. Okay. Just wanted to stand up. Standing up in Tekken is a fucking... You need to be the kind of person who understands retro art to be able to stand up in Tekken, in old Tekken anyway. Actually, I'm just assuming that throw escapes work the same way as they do in later games, which I guess I don't know for a fact. Right.
Round 2. Fight.
Up. I feel like I'm trying the same way to stand up, and it's giving me different results. Yeah, being thrown out of attacks like that feels really weird. Because that's like not really a thing in later games. That's not the kick I meant to do. But not having any life left, it was pretty scary there anyway. But obviously, like, I'm not getting proper damage from my openings. If I did, it would be a different story. It's basically if you get, like, you know, a launcher, you should be able to do, like, 70% damage at least. Even just whip punishing with a decent hit. Like, that's the kind of awkward thing. Like, these tiny pokes, they do like 2%. And if you land an actual hit, it's like 30. I mean, it makes sense. It probably should be that way. Not what I meant to do. Feels really bad to, like, knock them down and feel like you're at a disadvantage. Oh my! I tried to do a crouching jab. You can see the animation was starting to come out. I would have thought that that would like high crush, but I guess
Round 1. Fight.
I guess it's Tekken 1. Here the throw range. You got not only 90s damage, but you got 90s range on throws. Oh my, that feels so bad. Oh, that's while standing 2. That makes sense. The hook. I know in later games it gives you like a double over stun, but I'm pretty sure that's not a thing in this game. The mid though, so it's got that going for it. Dude, I'm just like not expecting throws to reach me at that range. Stop that demo.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, he's from that same game as Terry and Solid Snake and Pac-Man, all those guys. Yeah, I mean, throws are going to be very fast and very strong, so, of course. And when you know...
Round 2. Fight.
If you can read inputs, why wouldn't you throw? Oh, shit. It actually does work. I'm trying to stand up. Nice. So I'm not sure if you could do the axe kick with... Yeah, I guess like all the... Okay, not that one, but a lot of the while standing moves you can just do with the down forward. Like so. Yeah, you know, that's a better, like, it's got a nice big hitbox. So I should do the axe kick after a launcher. Like, I should be able to get a jab or a 1-2 string in between there. Probably something more.
Round 1. Fight.
But it's not worth whipping. You know? That's a lot better. So that's such a Tekken-ass thing. Like, that seems like the kind of move that should be extremely easy to punish, but it's so awkward. Obviously, a lot of that is up to my ignorance, but it's frustrating as, like, Tekken is such a skill check kind of a game where people will throw really weird things at you that all have, like, a very obvious answer, but if you are unfamiliar and don't know that answer, then it's like, well, gotcha. I don't know that I would say Tekken has particularly hard to break throws. It's not my... I mean, I'm not good at it, but... like, people who actually play the game just learn to do it on reaction. If it's possible to do on reaction, I feel like that by definition, it's not that hard. Because you don't have to, like, predict it. And maybe the timing window is weird. I don't know. I've never, like, been able to do it very well. And like, same thing in modern, like, Mortal Kombat and stuff. Like, I can tech throws in Street Fighter or whatever, because, you know, KOF is very easy to break throws, all things considered. But anything that kind of actually requires effort. See, this is a stage that has appropriate music at least.
Round 2. Fight.
Does this game have low parries? I'm assuming that's something that came later also, but... Too scared to try them. I tried to do it there, but I somehow got a guard. Fucking Tekken spending half of the match on the floor trying to either stand up or trying to attack your opponent. It's a lot better in modern games, like, you know, 5 onwards. But even in that game, the whole knockdown, wake up type situation in Tekken I've always found really strange. Low parries showed up in 10. Interesting. Yeah, like, knowing how different this is, I would not expect it to have those. I just realized that I didn't know. I feel like he can undo my life lead here in like a single hit, basically. Yep, pretty much. The way low attacks hit on grounded opponents feels... I don't know if it is, but it feels inconsistent. I guess I don't know exactly how that weird Frankensteiner works either. So I feel like I've blocked it. Maybe he has like different follow-ups. Maybe it's just a weird spacing thing. Because he's definitely done that, and I've blocked it, and I have struggled to punish. Now I'm just getting grabbed. Maybe he just has 2 different moves that look very similar. One that's an attack and one that's a throw. Doesn't seem entirely unlikely. Yeah, see, like, trying to hit a low attack. Heihachi headbutt. Okay, a little lucky there. I guess you do have the VF style jumping punch.
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, it's less so in this game, but especially in Tekken 1 for sure. Like, all the hidden characters are like basically clones, and even like a lot of the characters in general have a lot of more shared moves. But I'm associating like it. Maybe I'm just like crazy. But when I think of this song, and if not this stage, I think of King. So I don't know if this is. There's a closer relationship there between King and Roger that I wasn't aware of. Alright, we got good, ominous boss music here. Okay, strong start.
You win. Round 2. Fight.
Okay. Expecting that to be punished. No, I stood up. Let's look at the replay. Okay. Not fast enough. Oh, I mashed 2. I feel like he's throwing. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be how it works, but I feel like whenever I see myself getting trapped, I'm like pressing a button, I'm committing to a 1 or a 2. I get thrown, and it's like I tech 1 and I get thrown by 1 throw, and when I tech 2, I get thrown by another throw. So it's like I don't know if I did it. You know, I might have done it. I might have timed it correctly, but I pressed the wrong button. And that's what I can tell myself. See, the reason I was so elated at that first round against Heihachi is that I know that he would give me a lot of trouble. So being able to beat him quickly would have been very nice. But no such luck. Nice, okay. That's actually good. Oh, I was actually trying to throw there. Probably would not have worked. Even if I connect the throw, he would probably tech it. I actually don't know, though, if this game... Dude, how much of an input read was that? Probably throwing on the same frame and he just has, like, advantage. Makes sense, I could not stick out a button in between there. Of course. I didn't mean to roll forward. But yeah, I wonder how throws work in the sense of, yeah, that was guaranteed. I wonder if you get thrown out of an attack, does that affect your ability to break the throw? As in, if I pressed 2 plus 4 there, maybe you have to do that. Maybe 1 or 2 alone is not enough to break a throw in this game. Of course, I won't know what throw he attempted to do. Just block. We're still, you know, less than half an hour in.
Round 1. Fight.
We made pretty quick progress early on. So nice, okay. There should only be Devil after this, right? Or do you fight Kazuya after Heihachi? 10 rounds sounds about right. Not the best trade there. Nice. Okay, sick. Yeah, there's something cool about Tekken 2 in particular because it's like Tekken 1 is like even aesthetically so utterly primitive to go back to. Kind of crazy. The music like didn't stop in between matches. But Tekken 3 kind of codified so much of the aesthetics and style that was certainly not a departure from 2. It was an evolution, I think, of 2. But even though like later versions of Tekken 7 sort of started changing a little bit, but for the most part, like most character designs in all the Tekken games, with the exception of 4, like 3, tag, 5, 6, tag 2, and half of 7 is all basically inheriting its visuals and style from 3. So going back to 2, it's interesting because there's quite a bit that's just like 2 and 4, I guess, you know, has like costume designs and stuff that are just like feels so out of step with everything else Tekken has been and done. Yeah, Tekken's all about juggles, assuming you know how to do them, which I don't really. Of course, young Heihachi specifically was in Tekken Tag 2. But we've never seen Kazuya. Like, it's a perfect example of how I think the customization stuff is a bit shit in Tekken. Because, fuck your laser beams. There we go. Sub 20 minutes. According to the game, anyway. Alright, we get to... Okay, so this is pure Virtua Fighter ripoff, of course. We get the replays of all of our victories. But yeah, like... You have some stuff, you know, like Paul's biker gear, like some of the costumes, like Kazuya's main outfit, you know, mostly the same in Tekken 8. But some of these other costumes we've never seen again. And with the customization stuff in modern Tekken games, like, they could do such a cool job of putting interesting clothing options. Like, why not give Kazuya, you know, jeans and motorcycle boots? Why not give him, you know, short jacket with a Grim Reaper devil on the back? Even the credits get, like, projected. I mean, of course it would. Cool effect. Yeah, dude, like, every character in, this is not gonna save, by the way. Even if it did, I don't have a memory card, so... Every character had, if not their best look in Tekken 4, which I think is true for several characters, they at least had a very interesting alternate look, or, you know, an interesting look that could return as an alternate look. Like, Tekken 4 was a bit of a mess in some ways, but I think I feel like there's so much with Tekken 4 that they kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater, because I understand that Tekken 4 was not super well liked, and Tekken 5 was seen by many as like a return to form. It was like the sequel to Tekken 3 that people really wanted. You know, 5 introduced some, or you know, had some components that were sort of from 4. Some of the characters, of course. It had walls. You know, Tekken 4 introduced walls, and that's been a staple in Tekken since. But, you know, I guess, I don't know. Technically, I guess Tekken 4 didn't introduce just frames, because electrics were a thing before then. But Tekken 4 was like just frame city, and just frame moves have been severely kind of toned down in every game after 4. But I understand that, like, after Tekken 4, with Tekken 5 just feels like a sequel to Tekken 3 in my mind. And part of that is the aesthetics and visuals that really harken back so much more to Tekken 3 than anything else. And part of that is, like, it feels like they didn't want to retain any traces of Tekken 4, including character designs. Which, yeah, I agree that King's design in Tekken 4 is, like, the coolest look he's had. I like Kazuya's dress shirt costume that he has in that game. There's, like, Paul with his hair down. I think that's a cool look. At least very different, right? You have, like, Xiaoyu's sort of casual wear. I think it's a cool look. I mean, she definitely got redesigned for 5. Although I guess it's, like, sort of based on her alternate from 3. I kind of forget. Xiaoyu, I feel like, definitely... I hate the way she looks in 3. In 4, she was actually cool. But, in any case, yeah, it's fun to revisit some of these lesser, in a way, Tekkens. Not, you know, it seems weird to call Tekken 2 a lesser game, because, you know, in its day, it was... I feel like Tekken 2 is what cemented Tekken as a force to be reckoned with, and Tekken 3 was just, like, the huge thing. Like, Tekken 2, I feel like... You know, Tekken could have come and gone with that one game, and it would have been completely unremarkable. It would not have been, like, talked about, really. But Tekken 2 was like, hey, this is, you know, some real shit. And Tekken 3 was, like, top of the world type stuff. So Tekken 2 is important, but like I said, you know, Tekken 3 just looms large over, I feel like, the entirety of the series, really. So it's cool. There's a lot to appreciate about Tekken 2 in particular, I think. Anyway, let's continue to enjoy the Tekken Attract mode, why don't we, as we set up a new raffle. Man, we're keeping a fast pace here. I like it. Let's do this again. And I think that is set up. Boom. Let me go update the spreadsheet. Tekken 2. Oh yeah, I guess we already played the PlayStation version in the past. Man, it's so extremely nostalgic to hear all these voice clips. Because a lot of these voice clips were the same. And, you know, kind of in Virtua Fighter tradition, I suppose. They were kept throughout several games. And even if the ones that weren't, like Tekken 2, a lot of the voice, like just the noises that people make are so, I don't know, very memorable, very distinct. Even if the characters didn't talk. That's the other thing, which I guess you could say that has been retained since Tekken 4, is the increased emphasis on, like, not storytelling per se, but to an extent. But you have characters actually talking. Tekken 4 had maybe a little bit more going on with some of this, like, story cutscenes and, like, cinematics. Not just the endings. Like, for some characters, there's, like, a cinematic that plays in between matches, I guess mostly for the Mishimas. But it was, there's more, like, that was a big step forward from the games that came before it. Alright, let's cool it a little bit with the weird shit. Alright, got a bit less than a minute. A little less still accounting for Twitch delay. So, type raffle in chat if you want to have a chance of picking the next game. And just seeing these character models. That's bringing back a lot of memories. It's like, it's more enjoyable kind of to watch it like this. I shouldn't say it's more enjoyable than playing it, but it's less frustrating than playing it. Ganju. I think some of the stages also started getting a little more personality in 3. Not all of them, and there were some stages in this that were really cool, but there's definitely a handful that are pretty generic. Anyway. Boom. Sword fam, congrats. Let's hear it. What is it going to be? Set the timer, I suppose. What you got for us? Yeah, nicely rigged. Nicely rigged indeed. Yeah, did I, Endless Night. Okay, a PC game that hopefully works better. We've been going at such a pace. I'm pretty sure I completely forgot to enable, yeah. The thing. To pick the next game, that's what it's called. Yeah, Endless Night is one of many Steam games I've picked up at random. I definitely think it's one of those games where it's debatable whether it fits the bill for a versus fighting game. It's definitely not a very conventional fighter. But it's got two characters facing each other in combat. So it qualifies. Let's try switching scenes here, see how that goes. There we go. So the question is, how do you play this game? As in, do I want to control? I probably want a controller for this. Actually, looking at, I'm on the Steam page for it now, and I realized that I think I'm mixing this up with something else. I think I've never actually played this. Question is, what was I thinking of? Some other Knight game. Anyway, this is a world exclusive. Playing this for the first time, but let's just hook up a regular controller and assume that that's going to work well for us. Yeah, this is a Steam game. Steam is not telling me how long I have played this, which I take to mean that I have played this 0 minutes and 0 seconds. So I guess I can't tell when well, you could look it up, I guess, when I got it, but who knows. Do I have cover art for this, is the question? Did I have foresight to actually procure some kind of image for this? Let's find out. I did. Brilliant. Let me get this set up here. And hope this works better than Mortal Kombat 9. Let's see. Oh, it's just putting right up here. Whoa. Mouse cursor. Ah, please. Cursor. All right, there we go. Config loaded. Gamepad. Okay. It was full screen and then it wasn't. Let's see if we... Windowed off, it says, as I'm playing this in a window. Okay, it doesn't go higher than this. What happens if I set it to windowed on when it's already in a window? Okay, capture's still working. Good. Alright. Quality atmospheric chanting. Let's see what the controls are. Maybe this is an arcade stick friendly game. I have no idea. It's pointing to the analog stick for the movement. But I guess it's keyboard friendly too. The Messenger 777. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Attack, block, heavy attack, taunt. Okay. Looks simple enough. I wonder if it's going to let us use the D-pad. Well, I guess even with the stick I have, with one of them anyway, I could simulate the analog stick with the joystick, so I could make it work. I will rock the controller. Tournament of Doom. Play through the enthralling single-player story. It's got songs and everything. Okay. Final 50? Is that what this said? Okay. Unlock this game mode by beating the Tournament of Doom at insane speed. So that's like a difficulty option, I guess. Bonus options. First person mode. Right, alright, we'll leave everything default. Okay, Tournament of Doom it is. Start the timer, I guess. Attack speed. Required reaction time. Interesting, okay. Well, we'll try normal, I suppose. Armor select. Okay. This is our character select. They just drop down. Right, we got pig helmet. We got snake eyes. We got horns. Alright. We got curtains. And we got shower curtain. Okay. Alright, I think we gotta go snake eyes. Oh nice. We get alright, let's go. Gotta go pink, right? Given the options. You know what? Let's before I forget again, let me enable the Picnics Game Award if anyone wants to redeem that.
Sad times have befallen the Kingdom of Knights. The old king has recently expired during a terrifying incident involving hedgehogs. A new king will be decided by the Tournament of Horrible Doom, an ancient tournament fought on grounds across the land. Only the most deranged individuals choose to compete. Most shall experience excruciating, embarrassing, or at least unpleasant death. Good luck.
See, this could have been good if, like, it was a little bit better timed. The sync is, like, completely off. I'm also, I mean, we're getting there at this point, I guess, but trying to get a sense of the tone of this game.
This is the single player mode. Doth thou have no friends? You have one now, your trusty bard, until the very end. Now off you go, learn how to fight, or you shall cease to be. And study how to twirl a sword, just don't wave yours at me.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Putting some effort into the sort of comedy aspects in a way that I think works well enough. Some of the presentation is definitely rough around the edges, but like the you know, the fonts, the UI, like doesn't feel that thoroughly cohesive. But the tone works all right. So we'll see. You know, this might be a lengthy campaign kind of thing, in which case we might, you know, drop out at some point. But we'll see what it's about. Heed my teachings or die in shame. Your warrior may emerge battle completely unharmed. Listen well, you may be such a warrior. Each of the 4 directions corresponds to a different attack. Once I've blocked 6 of your attacks, we shall continue. Alright. So here it says short and long attack. Okay. Okay. Or, they're not fast, I guess. Okay. The game running at full speed? Yeah, it's like Amiga controls. You hold a button and tap a direction. So blocking is also directional then. So that's forward, light, short, down. Yeah, so the direction does not seem to correspond to blocking direction necessarily. Practice and dedication will allow you to recognize what's happening and react accordingly. Allow you to instruct you as to which block to use to nullify each attack. Know how to pick them. I mean, that's awesome though. I mean, it would be, these streams would not be as fun if all we did was play Street Fighter and King of Fighters. I love having an eclectic mix of classics, hidden gems, obscure weirdo games, and unmitigated disasters. I want a little bit of everything in each one of these streams, and I think we got a pretty good ratio so far. Next is a neck chop. That's to my... Whoa, okay. Oh, okay, so the right block is... Okay, so maybe they are... Yeah, so I'm holding down. Because he's doing the down attack. But it just doesn't look like down. Finally, I will kick you. Yeah, so... This is the forward, which looks to me like down. And this is down, which looks like, I don't know, not down. Note that if you double tap block when blocking, you will perform a side swap move. Never forget, the best form of defense is defense. Oh, I hit the taunt button. Whoops. On guard! Okay, sure. Oh, that's the taunt button. Shit. Okay. Fine. I've got my trusty arm. Ow. Ah. Okay. Well, I have my legs. Oh, I guess I can ring out with the legs. I see. Oh, shit. That's right. I can't block. Oh, shit. Okay. I wasn't expecting that kind of range. Trying to double block thing. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Okay, that works. Entered Monty Python. I mean, it feels like it's pretty I wouldn't have expected that, I guess. But, I mean, it became pretty clear pretty quickly that it's kind of going for that vibe to begin with. All right. I'm definitely not ready, but let's do it.
To play the game, so now you're bound to win. There are so many folk to kill, and so let us begin. We'll travel all around the world through many different towns. We'll fight a lot of different knights and put them to the ground. The woodland folk, they dance and sing and frolic through the trees. They're naked while they do all this, which seems unsafe to me. With all the things that scratch and sting, I'd keep my bits away. I wonder if it makes them tough, I guess we'll see today.
Oh, okay. Not naked, but that's fine. The kicking here doesn't seem very... Oh, what the f... I could not see what he was doing. Alright. Oh, I guess I have to defeat 5 of them. That's... okay. Hit the wrong button. Alright. So do I get to continue like this? I do, I see, okay. It looks like a fucking tackle. I guess it's the heavy... Okay. It's not the move I thought it was, but that worked out. I think it's... Yeah, it's this. Okay, nice. Pretty good. No, wrong move. Ah, that's the down attack. I think no, it's the... Which one is it? Yeah, too slow. I mean, the speed makes for an interesting... Dude, I let go of block right as it hit me. I was trying to let go quickly. I let go a little too quickly. No. Oh, it's so confusing that forward is down and down is forward. Because yeah, the down, this is the block for that move. Left and right, like, mixing up left and right, nice. Makes sense as it is. But right is down and down is right. So I get mixed up about... Yeah, that was a down. Yeah. It's pretty good though, like, unless you get cut in half or lose your head, you're still good to go. That's a bad move. Doesn't kill them. Well, I mean, it gives some space, so... Works out. A lot of it comes down to, like, hitting... counter hits. Like, preemptive counter hits, basically. That's the down attack. Actually blocked that correctly. Unbelievable. Ow. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that kick, but... Victory! We did it.
We killed the happy woodland knights who, much to our surprise, chose not to fight us naked, which was better on the eyes. If all their bits were free and loose, they might have had a chance. That moment of distraction when we took a sneaky glance.
Street Fighter Alpha 3. Alright. We'll get to that. We'll see how far we get in this, though.
Where the desert people stay. They worship scary pagan gods and play with sand all day. We travelled through the sandstorms, brave knight and trusty bard. We found the Holy Grail, but 'twas only a mirage.
I wonder if you get to, like, save your progress or how that works. Because the game, there was, like, a completion percentage. Oh, okay, we got spikes. Oh, wrong button. Okay, we're live. I just want to try this. What the? Ow! Wrong direction. Ow! I did hit him. Nice! It worked. Fuck, wrong button. Wrong direction, rather. That's... Fuck! The directions are so confusing. They could not have made them more confusing if they tried. Well, I mean, I guess that's not true. They could have made it more confusing, but... Like, that's the down attack that I just did. And it's like, hits from the right. And the forward attack, it's low. Ow! And that's the left attack. Well, of course, you would have a negative opinion, D, because you always do, but I like to have a little bit more faith in people. Ow! Oh, fuck. Ow! Shit! Okay, I blocked. I canceled it with a block. Okay. Can we get this first try? My long-range attacks are not as long-range. Nice! Because I can't really walk and leap forward. We still did it. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting game. I like it.
The desert gang, the backdrop was serene, but trying to kick us in the spikes just seemed especially mean. So while the fight was taking place, around the back I slipped. I found their castles made of sand and gave them all a kick.
Alright, what's next?
We hiked for days through cold and snow.
Alright, it's Goaty around. We got the ice stage.
We found the hairy mountain folk and made a snowman night. We saw enormous cooking pots, no sign of grain or meat. We'd like to try the local food, I wonder what they eat.
So I wonder if the grassland stage also... Like, I just noticed that the stage had walls. It didn't occur to me that you might be able to kill them by hitting the walls. Yeah, because here, clearly, you can get knocked off the platform. That was pretty lucky. Ow! Fuck, how do I block this? Like, I can't even see what the fuck he's doing. Like, how am I supposed to recognize the attacks? Left, okay. Left. Okay, I guess I need to pay attention that they're attacking from their left. That means I hold left. I held down. That one's so much more confusing. Left.
Ow! Ow!
Forward. Nope.
Ow!
Nice. Oh, okay. I won the previous fight with the one leg. To still do this.
Ow!
Ooh, that was a trade. Nice. Whew. Just having aggressively leap into my extended sword. Oh, okay. I thought my attack... I did a short range high attack. I thought mine would be a little bit faster. Guess both swords were in motion, so...
Ow! Ow!
Oh, wrong button. Okay. Okay, so that's the high attack. I guess this is my opportunity to learn what the attacks look like here. Left attack. I forgot which button I blocked with. Should be it. Yeah, Endless Night side turning at Evo. Do it. Let's make it happen.
Ow!
That's the one I like have a harder time recognizing at this point. Nice. Oh. Oh shit! I go flying super far. Wait, I can't kick. Ah! Forgot how to block that. That's down, I think. Yeah. That's... I mean, you can definitely learn to recognize them. That's where kind of the... Like, but because there's... I accidentally hit the taunt button. It's weird that A is light attack, X is taunt, and Y is heavy attack. It's like a pretty peculiar setup.
Ow! Ow!
Alright, struggling a bit here. Press the wrong thing, but...
Ow! Ow!
Alright, he can only kick. Still, is he blocking with his head?
Ow!
Like the worst thing to actually hit there because he can still kick. He could still have killed me there. Alright, losing the leg is not ideal. It's like a guess. I have to... I don't remember what the motions look like, so I'm just basically guessing. Look, oh, come on. I wish the landscape would reset between matches. Because it's a bit weird looking.
Ow!
I literally guess wrong every time. I wonder if I could just, like, walk around.
Ow.
Nope, not really. I guess there's, like... Oh, okay. There's, like, full tracking. I definitely did not understand what the tutorial was telling me about double pressing block to do a side switch. Because you hold block and you hold a direction. So, like, I'm not sure when you're supposed to let go.
Ow.
Press it again. Dude! Oh my god, okay, so I'm still...
Ow.
Even when I block a kick with no legs, I still get pushed back. So I'm pretty defenseless. Remember, so down is that way, left is that way.
Ow.
Like, they don't look that clearly to the right or to the left. So it's pretty tough to... Like, that doesn't look like he's blocking his left. And I press left to block to my right.
Ow.
Well, I could tell that they were committing to blocking the wrong way, so... I have to win five, but I can only lose one. Yeah, but still, you know. Kind of Bushido Blade, Kumite style. I think that makes some sense. See, I couldn't even tell that that was gonna hit because... Or, like, you know, that his block was gonna work. Because... so unclear what's what. Okay, we have a shot. We have both legs intact. I was gonna say, now it's like harder for me to see what he's doing.
Ow.
Fuck, I guessed wrong. There we go. Okay.
Ow.
Nope. Okay. I was extremely lucky. Nice. Okay. Whew. Alright, we'll just stop by at the hospital. We'll be fine.
High up in the mountains, the food it does not grow, and so these crazy mountain folk eat each other so. Those we killed, they chopped them up and put them in a stew. They laid out quite the wholesome feast, but we said no thank you.
I like these little bits. They had a lot of flavor to the game. You know, they could have had the combat just being the combat and that was the game. But I think they did, you know...
Travelled in the darkness to the filthy
Alright,
dungeon
black.
lair.
Thanks, I'm sure.
The locals fear the light of day, and hence they hide down there. It's said they hold a festival where aphids they do eat. Obscure for sure, but who's to say are they a tasty treat?
What I was gonna say is, I think once you construct a combat system with dismemberment like this, like your game is gonna be a comedy game, whether you mean it for it to be or not. So I think they were probably wise to lean into that aspect. So yeah, here's a small arena. Like I wonder what happens, like with the walls. I can't believe I guessed right so many times here. Like, it doesn't look like that wall would kill them, but what do I know? Whoa! What the? Oh, that's a side switch block thing, I guess. That looked crazy. I blocked the wrong way.
Ow!
Okay. Or maybe I guess the down. Basically, losing my leg means I guess it might mean across the board. I'm not sure, but it might mean that I lose access to my long range moves. Kind of seems that way. Dude, he was nowhere near my head. But yeah, I guess it makes sense that if I hit the... Oh, you get stunned. Okay. Dude, I totally blocked that. Okay, so now we know how the walls work. Stay focused.
Ow!
Dude, I held down. I fucked it up. Oh, actually, I didn't even realize they blocked the wrong way, because it looks like it's just holding out the sword in front of them. Down. I was too slow. That was my down attack. I mean, losing both legs that early, it would be an uphill battle to say the least. Whoa, that's not really what I meant to do. Okay. We're playing it not at the slowest speed, but at the next slowest speed. Obviously, if you raise the speed, you have a lot less time to react. But I guess it looks a bit more reasonable. Oh, not a bad I mean, where are these aphids? Not a good trade, is what I meant to say. There's no music here, by the way. Maybe there wasn't at any point. I just realized now, though, that it feels a bit quiet. Yeah, he's like committing to blocking. That's the taunt button. The taunt seems to be a little bit of a liability. That's the next level here. Being able to recognize that they're doing a short range attack and trying to like outspace.
Ow!
Yeah. The middle of the attack there. Actually, yeah, let's take a look at the move list to see how it presents the information. High attack, mid, low, kick. Okay. The neck block and kick block. Double tap B when blocking. Some moves are unavailable when missing certain limbs. It's like not super specific. Oh, okay. So I was mashing B after blocking. So that's how you do that, at least. Okay, I guess we kind of figured that out. I guess that was the low block and not the neck block. Yeah, the low block is the one with 2 hands, I guess. Is that how that works? Guess so. I'm not even really intentionally going for the kicks. I'm just like getting confused about the moves again. Wrong button! Fuck's sake. Why is the taunt on X? That's the most fucked up thing. Well, that worked out. Fucking taunt. You can't abort it either. I'm like literally accidentally taunting several fights in a row. Nice, okay. Starting to learn how to block. Again. Neck. I blocked, I pressed down and then left. So I had it, like I changed it to the right one, the correct one, I should say. But, like, the transition, like it was too slow. I was gonna say, that should kill. It's very satisfying when you see them committing to the wrong block. You just know they're about to die. It's pretty good too. Physics corpses flailing around, of course. Oops. I didn't mean to kick. Yeah, some of the animation speeds are very goofy, for sure. Oof. Oh, okay. Whew. They were going for a slow attack, thankfully. So was I, but if they were going for a fast one, they would have killed me for sure. That could have killed me.
Ow!
I had to really think there for a second.
Ow!
No. Okay. Okay. That was a little scary, losing the arm. But I'd rather lose an arm than a head.
Away from sunlight underground, the dungeon people dwell. Turns out they don't just fear the light, they fear the dark as well. They should have feared the stabby blade, which put their insides out. The aphids were revolting, so we didn't hang about.
You know, I think they did well to advertise the songs as part of the draw to the story mode. It's pretty good.
To a land where folk indulge on every whim. They drink until they're sober, they always wear a grin. Perhaps we might indulge a bit before we have to fight. Perhaps at last we found a place we'd like to spend the night.
Alright. This just the pub stage or whatever, the tavern. Is the pink mirror match? Is that what this is? Tiny arena. It looked more festive in his little song intro than in the actual match, funnily enough. These guys are orange? Wrong direction, that's a low attack. Okay, I feel like I'm starting to learn to recognize the animations here. Nice. Yeah, like one short-range kick is enough. At least if I push a little closer here. Keep kicking here. That's a low. Fuck. Okay, I'm kind of screwed now. Shit. I screwed up. But this seems easier. For sure. At least more abusable. Just sitting down. See? Just like mash out the heavy kick. That's the wrong direction, yeah. See, that was the heavy neck attack. Which they don't do as often, so I didn't quite recognize it. Well, at least that's a draw. Nice. I like how the different stages, like, sort of incentivize different strats in a way. These guys are orange? The lighting makes it kind of hard. Ooh. Yep. That's an interesting mind game. Just going for a big, I shouldn't say unsafe attack, because nothing's like punishable on block, but it's a little bit strange that, like, the heavier attacks, you'd think they have more pushback on something, or, you know, some kind of payoff. But I feel like it comes down to them being, like, just looking a little different, so it's a little bit of a, you know, you just have to learn to recognize them, or you know. Because the timing being different, it's not like you really throw them off by attacking later. Like, that doesn't really feel like it's much of a thing. Except if you bait them into starting an attack. Like, there's no reason for them to do that. But works against the... I held down. I did the right block, but too late. Like, there's definitely... Like, it takes time to change your blocking position from one to the other.
Ow! Ow!
It's, like, harder to see what they're doing now. Oh, that's the low... Or the... Okay. There we go. One limited time. Alright. Low. Next. Got him. It doesn't look very festive. You got these, like, guys in the back, just very stone-faced.
I do decree, we thought this was a lovely place, but oh, how wrong were we? Last night we saw a nasty man, he did a nasty thing. We've never seen such nastiness, we won't come here again.
quality rhymes.
The final fight
Oh,
is in
okay.
our sights, a hero shall be made. The dooming pit of doomy doom awaits our stabby blade. We'll face whoever has the nerve, we'll put them to the sword. We worry once the killing's done, we'll end up rather bored.
Alright, so final stage, I guess. We're gonna become king. Can you fall off the platform? Kind of looks that way, but a little hard to see. Oh, okay, side switch. Okay, sure, switch right back. Yeah, it looks like there's definitely an edge to the platform, right? Luckily, they don't seem able, or at least interested in trying to punish whiffed attacks like that. I mean, it takes a lot of guts to, like, predict that it's going to be a whiff anyway. Yeah, there we go. I kind of just wanted to confirm that that's how that was going to work out. Nice. Like, sticking out something feels pretty safe. As long as it's, you know, sticking your sword out, not your foot. Feel like I'll back a little bit close to the edge here. Man, this guy's tough. Okay. Corpses are making it a little hard to see. Oh, nice. He did the slow kick, actually. Fuck. Once I saw him starting to sidestep, I didn't want to say it because, like, is this gonna be our, are we gonna get the 1cc on this stage? But no. I didn't want to jinx it, which I guess didn't end up mattering. But yeah, like, if you have their back to the wall, they will start to sort of sidestep around. And I feel like if you kind of make use of that, like, I don't know if that back, but it kind of feels that way usually. See that still. I don't know, at this point it's just like, you gotta just wait for them to commit to blocking wrong. Well, I guess not always, because sometimes you do get those kind of... Fuck, I hit the... Well, okay, whew. I hit the taunt button by mistake. Nice. See, that's the counter hit. Because there's no real punishing anything. I seem pretty adept at blocking correctly here. Oh, not always. Yeah, but it's when you have, like, this sort of space... where you're not up, like, point blank. Didn't mean to do that move. It's harder to recognize it on the other side. Yeah, you have more interesting interactions happening at range. An honest to God whiff punish. Felt pretty good. Hard to push them back so far. Well. The low. I'm getting mixed up when I'm like, that's the thing. I realized after I swapped sides, like I should swap back because I'm struggling to recognize the animations from the other side. Yeah, I feel like you kind of need the space. 'Cause when you're up close, you're just like... This slow one would have worked. Nice, okay. It is pretty interesting. Like, I guess I shouldn't... Whoa, that's... I didn't even press the block. Okay.
Ow.
That was really weird. I'm doing it, like, I'm guessing exactly... Well, I'm not even guessing. I'm just inputting the exact opposite of what I'm supposed to when I'm on the left... Or the right-hand side. Layer 2 side. Yeah, they're pretty turtly on this stage. I feel like, and they're just like not making mistakes. So, I don't know. I guess that's like when it comes down to it, the game. Ah, it's too late. There's, I don't know. It's not like there has to be that many more options. Oh, okay. I was betting on him whiffing. But the issue is, like, if you're like, there's no situation I feel like where you can, like, a big option you can commit to where even if they know the answer to it, that they still, you know, suffer somehow. Like, if I commit to doing a slower move and they block, like, blocking is never bad, basically. I guess is what it really comes down to. Literally did the wrong thing. Actually, yeah, okay. I did the wrong thing, but in a different way than I did before. Like, the balance between lights and heavies. I mean, they're not called lights and heavies. They're, like, long and short, I suppose, but... if you block one of their attacks and you attack next, there's like not a lot of interesting strategic... I accidentally let go of the button. Applications to, you know, choosing to go for a, like... I don't need the heavy attack for the range, but I feel like if I commit to it anyway, in a way that leaves me more vulnerable for counter hits, I should get some kind of reward, like more pushback or frame advantage or something, but there doesn't seem to be any such advantage, which I think doesn't seem quite right. But I'm kind of going for more heavies here because I feel like it gives them a little bit more time to commit to moves they shouldn't commit to. A lot of time they do just like stand there and start blocking. Because, well, I mean, why wouldn't they? They're not already in the middle of something. Provided you can actually identify what your opponent is doing. Blocking doesn't seem like it's ever the wrong choice. Like, it would be interesting to see, you know, kicking pushes them back really far, right? It would be interesting if other moves, you know, if I'm standing there expecting them to kick because I have my back to the wall or the pit or whatever, or, you know, the other way around, basically. If they have, you know, if they're susceptible to a kick, if my overhead strike like this actually pushes them back further on block, then suddenly I have two moves to choose from that both would be smart in that instance, and, you know, creating some confusion or, you know, a broader sort of space of legitimate options. I guess it's a little bit of a moot point because any attack, you know, if it hits, is, you know, bad for them. But yeah, specifically, like, they're just not being much of a punishment for blocking. I mean, you are putting yourself at risk of blocking it incorrectly, of course, and that's probably going to lose you the match.
Ow.
I got it right, but I got it wrong first, so... Like, the only thing is, like, once you start losing limbs and shit, you might get pushed back further. This is problematic too, because now I'm at a disadvantage and I can't recognize the animations. That's definitely a bit of a problem. Nice. Yeah, it's up like the slowdown. I mean, it's already running slow. I mean, it's kind of weird because it's responsive. It's not like slowdowns. Shouldn't have done that. That's the wrong one. I was like, let me try to block one move and switch back. I was like, please let him do an overhead attack that I can easily recognize. Then he kind of did, but I was out of range. Maybe we should just always go for the kick. And just hope that he will eventually block wrong. Okay. I did actually... No, fuck. I keep blocking left, but I guess on the player 2 side I should block right. I mean, of course, the motions should be reversed, right? Just not used to that. But yeah, it's kind of weird because, like, it seems like the frame rate is also, like, it's a little not perfectly smooth.
Ow.
Kind of adds to this weird feeling. So now I basically can't do long range attacks. I don't even know how much of a weakness it is. Alright, you just blocked wrong. So they block wrong on occasion, but these guys seem to do it way, way less frequently. Oh, okay. That was faster, because they did the... attack. Like, that's kind of thing. It's like you... You almost have to try to go for the whiff punish well, anything else that'll just block, and it just goes on for days. And there's no incentive to stop blocking ever, really, right? So like, I don't know. Okay. The AI playing more optimally is like taking a lot of the fun out of the game for sure. It makes sense that it's like with such simplistic mechanics that it becomes a bit degenerate pretty quickly. Obviously, you know, that's maybe less of a concern in two-player mode, especially if you play at a higher speed. The reacting becomes actually a concern.
Ow.
Fuck, I hate, like, you accidentally tap the wrong direction when blocking. And adjusting, like, changing your block from one direction to another, takes time. Oh my god, okay. I thought I could whiff punish that. Or at least that I wouldn't get hit. Like, it seems like going from neutral to any block is not instant, but it's fast. But going from one block to another block seems like it takes much longer.
Ow.
Yeah. Come on. Oh, that might actually kill me? Alive. But I'm so close. Will this kill them? I like this animation. No, okay, of course not. I'm dead. Yeah. I almost hit the kick, but not quite. Man, didn't we get like 4 kills on our first try? Maybe that was the last one. I felt like we were very close to beating the stage, and now we're like struggling. But I may have been thinking of the tavern. I was having a lot of fun with this, but it's getting a little tedious now.
Ow.
It's like I want to go back so I can see what I'm doing, but even this animation is so slow to wait for. It's like, oh my god. And there's no like quick attacks really. Now when I don't have legs, see, I'm blocking that correctly and I'm still.
Ow.
Yeah. Like you're fucked. Like everything you can't. Oh, that's kind of interesting though. First time we see that happen. Losing all limbs. I'm trying to get it done, Bard. I'm trying. Game doesn't want me to.
Ow.
Like I saw what he was doing, and I was just like literally kind of slipping on the D-pad, and it like makes the block not work. And I don't know, having one leg just removing the ability to do certain moves. Didn't even kill him. It's sort of kind of Atomic Runner, basically. I guess that's the long and short of it. It's like it's got some stuff that's could have been pretty good, but the specifics of, I don't know. We were in the final fight. There's like 5 or 6 stages, maybe. But at this point, the AI is just playing so optimally that it's like, yeah, you just have to also play optimally and not make mistakes and just wait for them to make a mistake, basically. And they're not, like, unfairly fucking you up or anything. But... you know, sometimes it just takes very... like, I don't know what's... like, how we're making this progress this quickly now. Sure didn't go like this for the last 10 minutes. Or however long. Like, holy crap. Of course, one mistake is all it takes for us to get destroyed also, so... we haven't won yet.
Ow!
Like trying for some whiff punishing here. Nice. Whew, we did it. No, the AI, like, they're blocking... they were blocking in the wrong direction. There's like 4 different blocks.
Before we sought to win the throne, we slaughtered all who dare oppose. We heard their deathly moans, and there we stood victorious. But I, the bard, did sob, for it had just occurred to me I'd need another job.
Let's hope that was the end. Mostly because I can't fathom what another level of opponent would be like, just in terms of tedium.
Hurrah, hurrah, you won the game, the knights you beat them off. But as you might expect to see, you must now face the boss. It's just another normal fight, it won't take long to win. We didn't put in too much work, we only changed the skin. The last king being dead, it seems, was not completely true. He's now a living skeleton who wants to beat off you.
Yeah, we got the fucking medieval skeleton dance over here. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's hope we don't have to kill 5 of him. Or that we, like, get a bad ending for losing this fight or something. Oh, side switch. Oh no, that's dangerous. I can't recognize the attacks on this side. Alright, switch back. I completely got the buttons mixed up there. I mean, if we die and get a bad ending, I'm happy enough with that, though. They only let us get the kicks in. Well, maybe that's a thing. Got him! First try. I guess kicking was the key.
You won the game, this time it's true, this really is the end. There's no more story after this, just credits that ascend. Perhaps you'd like to play again, select a faster speed. We hope you'll write a good review for other folk to read. And if you thought our game was bad, we'd like to hear that too. We'll just send round the crazy knight to do bad things to you.
Yeah, so the speed is basically the difficulty. Increasing it gives you like less reaction time, and at the end, I don't know, it might get trickier, but it could definitely be more fun. But at the beginning, before I got the hang of things, like, I was struggling a lot. So I'm glad I didn't... You know, playing at a faster speed at the beginning would have been a massive struggle. But it's kind of weird, like, even the animations, like, the side switching and, like, everything seemed to be slowed down in a weird way. It wasn't just, like, the attacks having more wind-up. Because it feels like the attacks shouldn't necessarily have to be slower. You should have just had, like, the wind-up for the attacks taking longer, so you have more time to react. Like, even, like, the blocking speed is slow. I don't know. It felt... The game is probably originally balanced against, like, playing the higher speeds, but it was sort of tuned for newer players, I guess. See, even this seems like it's running at the wrong speed. Maybe it's something else going on. Who knows? Aside from the final stage being just a little too annoying, I had good fun with it, though. I probably paid like €2 or something for it, so I probably wouldn't have paid much more than that. And for that, you know, hey, pretty fun. Yeah, so if you beat the game, the Tournament of Doom, at insane speed, you unlock Final 50. I wonder if that it means like fighting 50 characters. I don't know. Speed increase. First person mode. 47%. I don't know. More to do in this game, but hey, that's Endless Night. There was an end. Took us an hour, but it was fun. It was fun. All in all, I enjoyed this. The next game has already been picked for us. We're going to play the PlayStation 1 version of Street Fighter 03. But before we do that, I'm going to take a short break. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to stretch a little bit. And if you've been sitting on your ass all day like I have, maybe you should too. Take the opportunity. You're not going to miss much. In any case, I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. My Steam Deck's going to work. Hey, there we go. See you guys in a bit. All right. I'm back. Let me set some things up here. Fighter, if I can spell. Disc will figure itself out. There we go. Let's fix the capture. Should hopefully be correct. We'll adjust as necessary. Good to have, yep, save data here. We catch up with chat. Looks like Endless Night goes on sale for 69 cents. You know, that seems like hard to argue that it's not worth it at that point, right? This is a crazy impressive port. Even if it's, you know, not perfect, the amount of extra crap they shoved into it is really impressive. But I'm also noticing, like, I'm trying to... Oh yeah, the voice clips are pretty muffled.
Street Fighter 03.
But the music sounded, like, arcade perfect. Yeah, sound effects, not quite. But the one thing I'm curious about is, like, the screen resolution, because I want to say that at least some... I remember playing, like, Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter on PS1, and that had, like, very clearly... Like, it was not running at the original resolution. So when you had, like, it was very obvious when you have these big portrait cut-ins when you do supers, and they're supposed to scroll smoothly. You can tell that not every column of pixel had the same width, because there are, like, some double pixels. And I was expecting to see those kind of artifacts in the intro here, even if there's not like a lot of smooth scrolling, but it looked surprisingly weirdly good. I guess I didn't have much time on this save data, did I? That's fine. Shortcut, I guess, is like the it's like quick character select, right? I think so. But can I... Nope, it's like an awkward... Okay. Command, arcade, or normal, long. Huh. I wonder if this is to do with, like, input buffers. Or, like, negative edge or something. I guess we'll leave it as default. So... I have a radical suggestion. Because we're playing this version, I feel like we should mess around with World Tour mode, because it's like the main unique thing about this port. I wouldn't mind just playing through arcade mode, but I don't boot this up very often, so I feel like World Tour is going to be more interesting. I have played it before, and I know it's not, like, it's more of a career campaign kind of thing, but I do remember that it's also, like, you were kind of meant to replay it multiple times. So you pick, like, perks and upgrades for your character, and you can basically... You can sort of game over or end up in a point where you're like, well, okay, I'll start over, whatever. So it's not necessarily that gigantic of a commitment. I mean, not to say that I'm definitely going to finish it. Maybe we'll just mess with it for 4 to 5 minutes or whatever, but I think I'd rather do that, because that's going to be more interesting. So I wonder if I have save data here. Probably not, because I guess it would be... I had 03 save data, but I wonder if World Tour... No, I do. Okay, interesting. So I guess the... Makes me curious about the playtime thing that it showed. Maybe it doesn't count playtime in... in World Tour mode? I don't know. But we'll start a new game. Okay, so yeah, we can load the data from our pocket station, but I don't have one, so we'll start a new game. It's so weird that the music is so crisp when the sound effects kind of aren't. But yeah, like I'm trying to look, and I don't know if this is an upscaling thing or what, but like trying to inspect the pixels here. We'll see. Obviously, it's going to be much, much easier to see in motion, but like it looks good. Of course, the PlayStation version has Uni and Yuli just as pickable characters. They're in the arcade version, but just sort of, kind of. Boxer, I think, is also like a... He's like missing portraits or something. He's like not really fully complete in the arcade version, I want to say. And then, of course, DJ, T-Hawk, and Fei Long were not present in any form at all in the arcade game. Fading out the track. Of course, that doesn't happen in the arcade, but still. I never played this version back in the day. I never saw this game once before it was emulated. The CPS2 encryption was broken, whatever. I mean, I never saw any CPS2 games except X-Men vs. Street Fighter, which my local laser tag / arcade place when I was in middle school, I guess. I mean, it was brand new. They had a giant deluxe sit-down cab with X-Men vs. Street Fighter. I'd never seen any version of Street Fighter in arcades before then. Or really any Capcom arcade games, period, I think. And I never saw any of the other ones after that, really, either. So, I'd heard people on the internet speak very fondly of this version of the game, but I was never... Me buying this exact disc that we're playing off today is like the first interaction I ever had with this port. And I bought it pretty long time ago. It was not like part of my... Like, it wasn't since I started streaming more regularly from like 2015 onwards or whatever. But I don't remember really when I got it. Probably back in like 2009 or something. I want to pick a character that is unique to this version, and I'm leaning towards Fei Long. I played a little bit of all three of these characters in different versions of Street Fighter. Well, let's do it. Press start to fight. Oh, I guess yeah. All right. So, I guess Exism wouldn't be the worst idea, given that I don't really know too much. I don't know about his supers or anything. Like, Exism gives me less options for meter, but higher base damage. Vism, of course, is for the custom combos, which I don't know jack shit about. And Zeroism is like the basic, you know, three stocks of super. I guess there's probably a command list. I forget if you have to like earn your moves in this mode. Okay, let's go weird. Let's go Exism. Turbo 2 is the default speed. I guess that's what we're gonna do. So the way this works, we have like, yeah, it's like stage 1. So it has like stages, and we advance forwards throughout some kind of progression. Let's go fight Boxer. There's a couple of unique stages in this version too that weren't in the arcade. Because Boxer definitely doesn't have a stage in the arcade game. When you fight him, you just fight him in that dictator boss stage, where you fight like all of the secret characters basically. Setup. Okay, so we can change Ism. All right, that's good. Ism plus. Okay, I guess these are some kind of tweaks. Power balance. Okay. Save. I guess we might as well set up our save slot here. Oh, okay. Well, wow, there's a lot of slots for like one save file. Okay, no, so this will take another block, I guess. That makes more sense. I think there's one block free on the memory card. Overwrite? Okay. Well, even if I were to lose any data here, it wouldn't really concern me, so should be fine. Alright, let's do battle. Let's see if I know anything about this character. Console exclusive loading screens, of course.
You can't give it up. Triumph or die.
Oh, this is fucking fast. I'm trying to do, like, punch... Yeah. 2 punches to throw in this.
You win.
Yeah, the pixel... Like, yeah, I guess this is just properly running in the correct resolution. Oh, yeah, I guess it was only 1 round. Okay. Final stage 2 versus Ken. I'm gonna go setup. I'm gonna change to Turbo 1, because that felt really fast. I gotta just get acclimated to it, I think. For a character I don't know how to play,
It's showtime. Go
I'm okay with slowing down a little bit. Like, I move pretty fucking fast, too. So, I guess the Bikkuriman is kind of weird in this, too. I got the Shenkyuk. And we're playing an extremely slow game, that's true. I feel like I'm so unfamiliar with this version. These stages feel extremely foreign. Trying to do the super. There we go. Didn't hit super great, but it works out. I wanted to do the kick throw just to see it. Like, even the characters, I didn't even think about it, but I've seen all these sprites. Oh, you level up your isms, get the hard body, USA clear, do your best. Go next. Because, you know, I've been fucking around with Mugen since, like, 1999. Well, I mean, I haven't been doing it much the last 20 years, but I was heavily into it at that point. Like, I was heavily into emulators and stuff in the 90s, and I was heavily invested in all the advancements that were being made in emulating and ripping graphics from arcade games. So I cut my teeth really in terms of learning pixel art and learning a lot of drawing and animating and stuff from studying these sprites, like literally going through rips and Mugen files, like stepping through animations and looking at them very closely and redrawing stuff and whatever. So, like, I'm intimately familiar with most, if not all, the character sprites from a lot of these games. Because, of course, PS1 emulation was, you know, not great, but it was a thing. So you had, like, sprite rips from the PS1 version of some of these games. And, of course, some of these characters didn't have any other versions anyway. So, like, all of the animations that Fei Long is doing are familiar to me, but not the actual gameplay of it. It's a very strange feeling. Alright, so we completed this, we got a little flag, and now we do this. So, let's do a little bit of setup. So, okay, we have... Okay, I guess we'll, you can try Z-ism, I guess. I'm not going to touch V-ism, because I'm not going to make any use of it. Maybe we should double down on X-ism. Okay, let's do that. Does this mean I don't get stunned? I don't know. I guess you have 3 slots, and, I mean, what am I going to do? Not use that? Power balance doesn't seem like something I can ship. I love Dan's theme in this game.
You can't give it up. Triumph.
His theme in 2 is okay, but this is the real deal. First crouching medium punch isn't cancelable. I thought I canceled off this crouching medium kick. think it's the light one. Man, I'm really struggling to do the Kukiak. Animations in deluxe paint. Yeah, I know how it works. Like Exism, you just have the one super. I guess I would expect there to be literally just the one super. I kind of forget. But you obviously just have the 1 meter. But I struggle to even get it to come out anyway. But I think you lose some other stuff too. I don't think you can do 0 counters. I don't think it, well, I mean, because yeah, it would spend your entire bar. So like you don't get, you lose a lot of stuff like that. I don't know if it affects your ability to tech throws or anything. But you basically give up like versatility and like utility, I guess, for straight power. Ah! Oh, perfect. Oh, that was supposed to be a shank check. Alright. 2 rounds this time at least. I like that you have to play them against them in different color palettes. Although I know in the arcade version, the color palettes are like based on the isms. You get different like color palettes depending on which ism you play. I'm not sure if that's the case here. In Street Fighter 4, his crouching medium punch is not special cancelable, but it's super cancelable. It doesn't seem to be the case here. I wasn't able to super cancel it anyway. I don't know if score ties into, like, does score translate to XP? Who knows? Guard power plus. Alright, so next up is a team battle. We have to defeat a bunch of opponents, but we still get that up in the meantime. Let's switch to Exism to mix things up. Alright, so this will a little confusing because it seems, from the sound of it, it makes it sound like we have increased guard gauge, but it's the opposite. We deplete our opponent's guard gauge faster. Well, I guess that's not the opposite, but yeah, I've done a tiny amount of deluxe paint animation. Not much, mind you, but you can see how much more damage we do against the non... Actually, no, that doesn't matter. That doesn't make sense. He's accessing. Maybe he just has lower... I guess maybe these guys all have stats, who knows. So I don't know any of these other supers. Because, like, I played them in Street Fighter 4, and of course, characters don't have multiple supers there. We'll try some basic commands, I guess. Alright, makes sense. So the one super you get in Exism is the equivalent to a level 3. It's supposed to be a super, that's fine. Oh yeah, he's got that weird... Oh wow, that's a punish, huh? I just realized they only have to win 1 round, so... Trying to get fancy and fuck around with supers, but... I guess winning is better. That's right, it's interesting. They added... Enjoy team versus mode. Alright, cool, so we unlocked a mode. Cool. They added some touches, you know, with transparency and stuff. Like, obviously for windows like this, but even in the game itself. Let's go back to Exism. You know what? Actually, let's level up Z-ism and see if we level it up, does that give us an ism plus? Because I think we got one of these every time we leveled up. So I guess that would incentivize you to pick... Like, once you level up more, leveling up is going to be slower. But if you pick a lesser used ism, you would start leveling up faster. I mean, Deluxe Paint was... I mean, it was easily, you know, the Photoshop of its time, for sure. I mean, I don't know what time frame you're talking about, but Deluxe Paint was like the tool used by like game developers, at least in the West, throughout the 80s and like I would say well into the 90s. So it was a big deal for sure. We should save every now and then. The way that the cursor, like, this is so confusing. I feel like it's easy to accidentally overwrite. All right, Sodom. So let's see if we see that truck here that's in,
Hey, come on, stand up.
I was gonna say in Street Fighter 6, but no, I guess I'll just get Nash stage. It's such a cool stage. I really like the floor parallax effect they use on the wing. It's such a nicely executed effect. A lot of the stages in this are really awesome looking for sure. Although, you know, I know a lot of people prefer many aspects of the second game, including some of the stages, which I can't fault them for, because that game sure has a lot of gorgeous stages as well. Yeah, Pei Long, like always one of his weaknesses, I guess. Like, he doesn't have a lot of cancelable normals. Like, he doesn't have cancelable pokes, I should say. Yeah, the 3D effect in this stage is, like, really convincing. It's very cool. Alright, so use combos. So, Z-ism leveled up. Okay, we didn't get... That in itself did not get us anything new here. So let's go with Z-ism, because it's going to give us more... I don't know if combos like are our only way of dealing damage, or however that's going to work. Well, I guess we'll find out. Z-ism is going to give us a little more access to supers, which may be helpful.
It all depends on your
Yeah, see, he's got very little health. But pokes don't do any damage. That's what I meant to do. Given that he had very little health, I figured that even the Dekka would actually have been quite enough. So that was fine. But yeah, I wanted to mention about the transparency. Like, the win message there is transparent. There's the stuff like that that they changed for this version. But the life gauge still has the dithering. Kind of interesting. Hey, what's up, Pepe Paco? Yeah, this is a gorgeous game for sure. Alright. USSR. Thailand. Survival. Normal type. Yeah, I guess that's like the match type. To Hong Kong. I guess that would be Fei Long's stage, right? So that's the new stage. Because he isn't in the arcade version. So I'm curious to see what this looks like. Let's go back to Xism. Right, that's exactly what it sounds like. Will automatically guard enemy attacks. I guess there's only one of these screens per character, which is, I mean, it's still cool.
Nobody blink.
Oh, okay.
Go for broke.
Not what I expected. Exism level 6. I didn't realize it said that. Whoop. I say that should easily kill. Exism supers do like half health or something. Like, a lot of the art for these stages look great. Like the tree, the pixel art of the characters. Like, nothing about this looks low rent, you know, or budget. But it's still something about the layout. Maybe, you know, maybe it's not because it's a console added stage, but I don't know, it feels a little bit empty. This is PS1.
Get ready, fighters.
It's an okay stage. Like, I guess the artwork is very well done. Just like compositionally. A little, you know, not the absolute best. Yeah, the counter juggles in this are a little unusual. There we go. Oh shit, time. Well, we won. I got hit out of it, but I did manage to pull off the Rekukek. I don't know if it's any good in this game. They made it really good in 4, but they also like changed the animation and made it all different. Final stage versus Fei Long. Aito wa super kongeiji ga tamariyasui. Alright, so he's gonna build Super Meter very quickly.
It all depends on your skill. Face it
And he starts with Meter anyway. Oh, okay, I was trying to walk towards him. Right, counter hit his ass. I jumped over him and tried to walk towards him, and my character blocked, as if I was holding back. That was a bit weird. Oh, 2 rounds. I see.
Go for broke.
Oh. Keep pressing the Street Fighter 3 buttons to throw. Got him. Yeah, Exism is working out alright. I didn't really notice much of his supposed meter building. But we built Meter enough to win with Super in both rounds. Certainly not a given. Exism, level up. Total level up. Get the air guard. Hong Kong clear. Get ready. Fighters! Okay. Is that a message? Like, does that mean something? Like, unlock something or whatever? Who knows? What does survival even mean? Is that like that I had to fight the 2 of them? Because it's not like my life bar carried over between fights, I don't think. Not that I noticed anyway. Let's go fight Mika and Zangief. It's kind of weird. We see like stage 1 versus Mika, but presumably we're gonna fight Zangief, but it doesn't say. Let's keep going there. Okay, so oh yeah, I guess Exism doesn't have air guarding normally, does it? I mean, I'd rather use that than auto guard, because like auto guard is, you know, I guess depending on how it works, can be super useful. But I feel like whenever I'm not pressing buttons, I'm often blocking anyway. So I don't know. I guess we'll try it out. End up playing Z-ism again. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is a cool stage. Alright, well, that works. Alright, I'm starting to get the hang of it. trying to remember if this stage looked like this in the arcade, because I feel like I know that some they added new stages for characters who weren't in the arcade, of course. But they also, some characters got new stages. Like Karin has a different stage in this version, I want to say. She's like on a boat or something. Because in the arcade, her stage is like basically a color swap of Sakura's stage. I don't know, I haven't played this game. Supercon desu damage. Alright, so we can only do damage with supers. So I feel like we should go Zism here. I think I have Air Guard in Zism anyway. I don't know. Because if you whip your super in Exism and you have to build all the meter back up, that seems a bit dangerous.
Triumph or die!
Two. He's like not really defending himself. Oh, that's satisfying. Land the counter hit. Juggle with a super. But yeah, truth be told, I was never a huge fan of the Zero games power balance stuff. Okay, so I guess we can do something in that part of the menu now. Obviously, there's a tremendous amount of stuff to admire about these games. I don't think they're poorly made or anything, by any stretch. But I never got to play them that much in their heyday. And as I mentioned, I never had access to the arcade versions of any one of these games. The only one I really played on PlayStation was the first one. I never really got to play 2 or 3. But, you know, having seen and played Children of the Atom and playing X-Men vs. Street Fighter, like Alpha 1 on PlayStation like felt hopelessly bland and plain in comparison. But I was also really into KOF at the time. I was really into Mortal Kombat. I liked Street Fighter, I always have. I never disliked games. And, you know, once I was able to emulate the arcade versions of these games, I thought they were cool, but I just never really gelled with them. Like, I guess it's not so much that I never liked these games, so much as the mechanically and the systems in these games never grabbed me over any other version of Street Fighter. Like, it's... I don't know. I love ST, and of course I love Street Fighter 2 back in the day, but I think I didn't really get into ST until a little bit later anyway. But I don't know. I like Third Strike a lot for a time. I'm not a big fan of it nowadays. It's fine. Honestly, I feel at this point probably similarly towards Third Strike as any of the Alpha games, in that they're not, like, system-wise, what they have, you know, the way the games function aren't my favorite incarnation of Street Fighter. The difference being I spent a lot more time with Third Strike, and I'm a lot more familiar with its systems. They all, like, feel good to play. Oh, interesting. All right, let's go plus power. Oh, I should have... Oh, whatever. Let's do Zism, I guess. I just, you know... I feel like it's been a...
Hey, come on! Stand up! Go for it, man!
a concept that's been brought up... Well, I didn't quite need to do that. Like the idea of a... You know, Street Fighter Alpha 4. Like, some people, like, oh, I wish that's what they did after Street Fighter 4 or whatever. And that's just something I don't really care for. Like, in that sense. Like, I like these games for what they are, but I have no desire to see the Street Fighter games like, oh, let's, you know, I would love to see what a new version of this would be today, because, like, not really. if that's what they put out, I would play it. I'd buy it. I'd play it. All right, so this guy's got high attack power, which raise our defense. I don't feel like it's some great cosmic injustice that we never received more games in this series. Or anything of the sort. If I can capitalize on a card crush. The hit sparks are so weird looking in this, by the way. They're also definitely totally different in this version. Or the block sparks, anyway? I don't know. Like, frankly, I don't think there's any past versions of Street Fighter that I would, like... Well, that's not true. I was going to say there's no past versions of Street Fighter that I would like to see a new version of. Like, whenever there's been weird new versions of Street Fighter 2, like HD Remix or Ultra SF2... I mean, even Hyper SF2... Okay, that didn't quite work out the way I intended, but it worked out. That's exciting and interesting. And I mean, if they were to put out, even if it's a ROM hack or whatever of Street Fighter 3 Forward Strike, that's interesting and exciting in its own way. Like, if we were to imagine, there was the Hyper Street Fighter Zero thing that was on the PS2 collection, but that was definitely a weird. But let's pretend, like, just like they did Ultra SF2, they did a new version of Street Fighter 03, or maybe they even call it Street Fighter 04. Yeah, that'd be interesting. But I'm not, like, I don't feel slighted that they're not doing that as opposed to a new game. Because I think, ultimately, Street Fighter 6 is definitely that more than anything, I feel like. But every generation of Street Fighter, like, every new numbered game has its own identity. And as we've discussed before, it's interesting that 4 and 5, especially in a lot of ways, in contrast, compared to 6, does not have a very strong identity, but at least not aesthetically. And that's something that I find interesting, and it's cool. Like, I've enjoyed Street Fighter 4, I've enjoyed Street Fighter 5. I'm super excited for 6, and even though I could go back and enjoy Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 3, this game, like, I can go back and enjoy any Street Fighter. I feel like with both 4 and 5, just like 3 and 0s, there are things I can point to and say, nah, I'm not the biggest fan of this aspect. Like, but I think it's obviously things I like too. At some point or another in history, I've been completely in love with Street Fighter 4. I've been completely in love with Street Fighter 5, at least in how it plays. I don't know that I would feel that way. I mean, I actually have no qualms. Like, I know issues with 5 at this point. I don't really play it, but there's nothing about it that makes me go like, ah, man, I don't really like this. At least not in a way that I have had to sort of deal with. There are hypothetical issues. There are things that 6 is doing that makes me excited in how it's a departure from 5. But ultimately, I don't dislike how 5 plays. But it's kind of interesting how each new game, just the novelty of something new is exciting. I think that's part of the identity of Street Fighter, in that it's like retaining a lot of legacy stuff, but also each installment or kind of family of games within the series has its own strong identity. I think that's kind of interesting, and I think that is the number one legacy that I think a new Street Fighter needs to maintain. Not the legacy of any specific mechanics, but the legacy of changing up the mechanics with every new major installment. Yeah, Netscape, I mean, for sure, there's a lot of stuff put into this game, but I'm sure, like, it's shocking how well this game runs and how nice it looks. Like, this is a pretty hefty game, like the arcade game, and for this to be like the least obviously truncated and compromised port of all of the PS1 ports. I mean, it's a late one, but even so, it's still impressive as hell. Lack of aesthetic identity is an issue that plagues a lot of 3D games. I mean, I think, in a way, I don't know. I feel like we've had a lot of conversations on this and similar topics. I don't disagree. I think it's maybe the way you summarize it. I don't disagree, but I don't know that I entirely agree, and I don't say that to like argue. It's more that I think the specific way you sum it up doesn't align entirely with how I feel about it, I think. But it is true. I think it's, as technology advances, there is both a larger capacity for simulating reality, but there's also a broader range of artistic, like, not artistic, but a broader range of visual shorthand, I guess. Like, you know, there's a kind of default to how certain things can be rendered in certain game engines with certain tools, and at a point in history, there was no kind of default anything to, you know, rely on to any extent whatsoever. Like, there's plenty of games, like, looking at Capcom stuff, even their more, you know, generically realistic AAA stuff, it's not like they're devoid of style or personality, but at the same time, they have more in common with their contemporaries than Capcom games did. Whether we're talking about the 2D arcade games or, you know, the PS1 3D games, just because all games had less in common with their contemporaries at that point, because every developer had to come up with their own both tools on a technical level, but also their artistic approaches to doing everything. It's not to say that anything is done with less effort nowadays, but there is the concept of a standard, technical standard for rendering, or you know, workflows and pipelines. Like, everything is exponentially more complex, whereas back in the day, it was literally just taking pictures and putting them on screen. Even when we're talking about 3D stuff, it's not literal drawings that are put to screen one-to-one, but, you know, textures and materials, you know, on 3D meshes were essentially pictures being put on that. Like, it was basically, you know, if you think of a game like this, a 2D game, you draw the images, you put them on screen, and then that's it. With early 3D games, well, not early 3D, because early 3D didn't really have textures or anything, but let's say up through the PS2 generation, 3D games essentially were taking pictures, instead of putting them right on the screen, you put your pictures on your 3D model shaped canvases, you know? So a lot of that same kind of artistry still applied, and I don't mean artistry in the sense that artistry itself disappeared, but like the specifics, like, you know, not artistry period, not that specific, you know, or that amount of artistry, but like that specific artistry could be applied. And we've talked about that a lot too, playing like certain PS2 games, and, you know, like the Onimusha games are a great example. Like, seeing the way the character models look in that game, there is a very distinct Capcom flavor to them, and to some degree you can see, like in Onimusha 4, you can kind of feel those Bengus drawings kind of in the 3D models. And I think there are a lot of reasons that you don't feel that way as much in modern games. And I think part of that is there are additional layers of translation. The translation from a 2D painting or drawing to what's shown on screen is like more detached from, you know, there's more steps in between, so you don't get that one-to-one feel. You can obviously still emulate painting styles in 3D in a lot of different ways through a lot of different means, but it's kind of trickier. So it's tricky. Drawn art will always be superior to simulation and realistic rendering in a sense that it's only limited by imagination and skill. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it too. Like, I think that's why 2D games and pixel art and whatever else, like, will never... It is incapable of becoming obsolete. Because it is, in a sense, artistic expression in its purest form. It is taking a created image and putting it on screen in a game and making it interactive. I don't think it's inherently superior in the sense that a 2D game is always better or prettier than a 3D game, but I think, you know, I think you can say that in a vacuum, detached from constraints of a practical reality, the potential of 2D is sort of inherently greater. And I think in one practical sense, a reason why we can kind of see actual products that are done in 2D and feel that way is because, as I was kind of alluding to as well, with 3D and modern, you know, graphics, everything is more complex to create. So even though you can absolutely come up with completely bespoke, unique approaches to creating 3D art, doing what no one else is doing, what no one's ever done in terms of using shaders and lighting and just art direction, doing so is like it's a lot more complex than simply, hey, we hired this person who's really good at drawing, they drew really pretty pictures and we put them in the game. Like, it's an entire different kind of technical R&D that goes into even figuring out how to approach it. And even then, you have to, like, wrangle these, like, dozens of people in these art teams, if not, like, hundreds, and coming up with a way for them to collaborate to produce a coherent visual style. And that's, like, you know... I mean, even a game like this, I think it's, like, remarkable where you have a team of artists who manage to put art together that feels so consistent. Like, it's really impressive. But if you think about, you know, take this and scale the operation up by a factor of 10, 20, 100, I think that also, like, not limits, but adds a lot of complications to the concept of a unique artistic expression. So it's, I think there's a lot of reasons why I find 2D art more kind of compelling. But I'm excited about, like, it's not necessarily 2D art even, but it's like, I don't know, simulating the inherent qualities and benefits of 2D art and 2D animation in 3D, you know, like a lot of the Arc System Works stuff. Like, I think that's super fascinating and super duper cool, and I'm excited to see more games do that kind of thing. Or, you know, even something like Into the Spider-Verse, right? That had a lot of playing around with frame rates and doing stuff that's, like, not typically done in CG animation, but because it has, like, a feel to it, that like it is a form of expression that has its own inherent value. Music's loud. All right, sorry about that. Turn game audio down a little bit. Game is very intense. Anyway, that's a topic I can and have talked about, I think, forever and ever. So we'll come back to that sooner or later, I'm sure. But for now, let's continue with Street Fighter 03. 次の相手は1人とは限らない。サバイバルバトル。Okay. survival. And we'll just go. I don't think there's anything here I necessarily need to change. I'm guessing we're gonna fight Dictator at some point after this. Alright, there's 4 camis. 2 at a time. So it's interesting how this... Alright. Suddenly I can't talk because I gotta focus. Dude, the fucking iframes. Alright, not winning this. So yeah, like the dramatic battle here, limited to 2 at a time, and it's like the same opponent. Alright. Ah! I was gonna say we have a shot, but... Alright, let's try again. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree, Malone. Like, I think it's... let's shift the balance back. Maybe Museism gives us better tools. I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, come on! Stand up! Go for it, man!
Is my life carry over in between these fights? I'm not sure. Get out of the way. Oh, that was pretty sick. Juggle. This game having juggles is so weird. Dude, I don't like being stuck in the middle. I was supposed to be at a Kukyuk, but can't get too much out of that move anyway. But yeah, I feel like I've been playing so many games over the past however many years where, you know, PS1 games, PS2 games that I see really exciting and interesting uses of 2D and 3D and like the ability to express and like have this kind of, you know, painterly style executed in like extremely simple means. Because I think it's awesome when you see like people doing really fancy stuff with shaders and what have you in like high-end 3D stuff. But I think it's like super exciting and liberating to consider that you can do so many cool things that aren't as fancy, but still just looks fucking sick with simpler tools. And like that's really had a strong impact on me and my like artistic ambitions, I guess, like what drives me, and the things I would like to create. I obviously, you know, I think it's true for any creative person that you might have a lot of ideas. There's a lot more stuff that you would like to do than you might necessarily ever get around to. But it's not what I'm saying is not necessarily a reflection of what I actually managed to produce. Trying to chip him out. But what I would kind of like to do, you know, I'm interested in high fidelity character art, you know, zebra sculpting and that kind of stuff. But honestly, I'm not that interested in creating characters like modern game characters. What I would want to do with that kind of tool set is like sculpting for 3D printing. Like the parts of the process that go beyond creating the model of like setting up materials and texturing and stuff. That just like doesn't really interest me I was a bit afraid that he would use his super, which I guess would have chipped me out anyway. But in terms of actual game art, like, I feel like my interest sort of peters out with anything that's more technically sophisticated or advanced than like PlayStation 2 type stuff. Air throws constantly. So close. Oh, there we go. Dude, I think I had the air guard and I started pressing buttons to like counter hit me. Consider doing your first comic book. That is something that feels super daunting. But I mean, when I was younger, I was definitely into the idea of doing comics. Right now, like with my drawing, it's so time consuming. Like it's not. I guess I'm not that interested in doing it either. But yeah, I mean, I think like I can relate in that like you get a little bit older, like what matters to you creatively, just like any other aspect in life, just sort of, you know, can shift a little bit. Character sculpting is a deep rabbit hole. Yeah, well, I mean, of course it is. But for me, that's still... If you're doing game art, if you're doing character art for games, you are doing... That's part of it, but there's a lot of other parts that come to it as well. Retopologizing and doing textures and rigging and, like... That's the kind of thing, like, where, for me, the sculpting part is the part that compels me, and what drives me isn't, like, for that kind of creation, isn't bringing something into a game, but more so being able to bring it into reality as a sculpture. Like, when I first started learning 3D, like, 20-something years ago, it didn't, like, the concept of anything you create digitally being transferable into the physical realm was inconceivable. But as that's becoming more and more of a trivial matter, damage plus. Nice, okay. That's probably something we want to use here. Like, I kind of lost my train of thought, but basically what you're saying, Bruden, is exactly what I'm saying. Creating character for games involves so many different steps, and seeing something physical, holding an item that I've created digitally, like, I would never have thought, like, never in my life have I felt, probably, that I would be capable of sculpting something cool like that. But I know that I could learn to do it digitally. I've done some sculpting. I'm not great at it, and I haven't done it much in recent memory, but if I put the time into it, I know that I can learn to do it pretty dang well. I know that I can learn to do it considerably better than a lot of the stuff I see on, like, CG Trader. Like, people put up extremely mediocre looking stuff, and that's actually super motivational. You see all these, like, super crappy dime a dozen poser models and shit, even stuff that's more clearly manually authored, it still doesn't look great. Obviously, there are super professional people doing amazing stuff, but the fact that so many, you know, so many things you see out there is pretty crappy, it makes me feel like even if I'm not happy with it, I would still be able to create something that, like, is better than a lot of the stuff that does get put out there. And yeah, that like, I haven't, you know, picked up ZBrush and done anything in it in probably like 2 years. But I know that I will want to do it at some point when I feel like I have, like, the thing about 3D printing stuff is that there's a lot of other, like, The printing aspect, the painting and assembly stuff, like, I've had a lot of false starts with kind of getting into that stuff, but I feel like I already have so many models to print, like stuff that I've bought, that I don't really feel... Like, I know that it's going to be a little bit of a learning curve getting into that part of it, so I don't think I would want to deal with the frustration of learning how to sculpt my own stuff in parallel with dealing with the frustration of learning how to print and paint and all that kind of stuff. So I would want to get my feet wet without having to worry about the actual creation part first, beyond like the painting or whatever. But that's definitely a goal of mine creatively, and I think that to me is like currently like so much more exciting than any kind of game art stuff. But as far as game art stuff, like the stuff I would want to make is like 2D pixel art, like a side-scrolling action game and stuff, like that kind of thing. If I were to do like 3D stuff, I feel like I would want to do something that's, I don't know, like a Model 2 game, or you know, maybe a Saturn PS1 type thing. It wouldn't be like specifically trying to evoke anything of that era or like mimicking the, you know, swimming polygons in the PS1. It's not that, but it's more like working within a space where you are more free to blur the line between 2D and 3D. I think that's what compels me in terms of game, like 3D game art. But yeah, I think that's a good point too, as you say, Malone. Like, it's a matter of finding that cross section between what lines up with your ambitions and what you would like to put into the world and what you feel best equipped to actually do, and hope that you know, that coalesces into something. Yeah. I mean, I've done a fair amount of action figure customizing and miniature painting, like off and on, for the last 28 years. You know, well, actually more than that. It's never been. I mean, the whole Gundam building thing goes into that too, right? It's just like creating things with your hands feels good. Creating things digitally feels good as well. But there's something to be said for tangibility of a physical artifact. So I was able to almost bring down his guard gauge, but I don't know if I even would have been able to capitalize on it. Don't get stunned. You can try to... I think that's what that means. Oh, wait. So... I guess I can't... Oh no, so this is just worth 2. I see. Okay. Maybe that's what the color means. You'd think the blocks that would fill in would have the same color. I don't know, that's confusing. Maybe I should do this to get more defense. Fuck it, let's try this. I guess even when we lose, we still level up. Like, we still get XP. So I guess you could grind it out. We'll see. We've been going for an hour, so maybe we'll move on soon. I guess we'll defeat him, and that's some sort of a milestone. Alright, that could have been a way better punish. Could have been a punish, period. Dude, okay, yep, I pressed the button, I guess. Nice. So I got him to spend his meter, so that was good, actually.
Nobody blink. Go for broke.
Trying to bait his like weird anti-air throw. That's why I'm like attacking so early in the air. Nice, you got the punish. Okay, got him. Got him. Well, I think you are both correct. 3D printing, from a technical, like in a literal sense, has been around for a long time. Yes, but I don't think it's inaccurate to say that it's in its infancy, because I think in 20 years it's going to be very different from what it is today. I think in 10 years, in 5 years, it's going to be different. I mean, obviously, my understanding anyway is that a lot of the very rapid acceleration in like development of technology and availability of hardware has to do with like patents expiring or something along those lines. So we shouldn't necessarily expect a like that was like a big jump that happened, but even so, like I feel like new models of printers are coming out constantly with like, even if it's just gradual improvements, but like things get cheaper, things get more efficient, things get better. And like, I don't know, even if the technology wouldn't evolve that much, like the things you can do with a resin printer is incredible. And I know very little about filament printing. I know that obviously it has a lot of advantages over resin printing for certain applications, but that goes both ways. But even with that tech being what it is now, like I feel like when you go to a website like CG Trader or whatever it is, like what the fuck is this? All right. All right, let me do this so I can see what the fuck's going on. All right, thanks, Cody. You did what I was trying to do. My chat windows are too small to find the timeout button. Yeah, and there's even more advanced types of printing beyond that too, right? Or more expensive types anyway. So that'll probably evolve. But as far as like, not that I'm necessarily looking to make money. Like I'm not, or I mean, I wouldn't be looking to make a living. Yeah, just like hello and welcome. Try not to disrupt chat with gigantic ASCII art monstrosities. I would appreciate that. Not the best way to make a first impression, I think. In any case, I wouldn't be looking to make a living off of like, I wouldn't be looking to like start a Patreon when I'm doing like selling models every month or whatever. But as a like, so making money isn't by any stretch the primary motivator for me. But there is a market for selling models for people to download the STL files and printing at home, right? And I think as a fan of like figures and statues and collectibles, I think that's an incredible, massive, insanely, endlessly, you know, the potential is limitless for what kind of cool stuff you could see and do within that space. People could be making like very specific and bespoke sculpture. Like that's why I want to get into it. I want to make the kind of figures and statues that no one is making. Whether it's of characters that don't get them, or like just a specific take, or just creating my own version of certain characters, whatever it is. But, and I look for that stuff a lot, like at times on a daily basis. You know, I look through the latest uploads on cults. I look at CG Trader. I look at, you know, maybe another website or two here or there. I scour for like Patreons, because that's where I feel like you see the best stuff. All of those people always, you know, they post their stuff on either those places or Gumroad or something like that. But it's pretty common for people to have a Patreon where you pay them like, you know, maybe $10 a month, and you get like a couple of sculpts that would cost you $10 to $20 each to download. And you know, at the end of the day, you print them and you paint them, and you do everything. Like in terms of labor, especially, but even the raw materials, it's still not dirt cheap. But if you can do it well, the quality that you would end up with your final product, you would end up with something that would cost you in the hundreds of dollars for sure. For less than that, you know, significantly less than that. And that in itself is super cool and appealing. But then you add that layer of like you could have such an exponentially larger selection of things available to you in terms of, you know, characters and styles and whatever it is. You might have, as I have, you know, artists who you are a fan of and you like their style, how they sculpt stuff and they create characters, and like it's a cool thing, you know. You don't get that. It's not like every 3D artist you're a fan of will get a contract to sculpt something for a major manufacturer, and then even if they did, like, all right, here's the sideshow statue that's $400. Like, well, I can't afford that, so, you know, but I can afford a $20 STL that I can print and do whatever with myself. And when I look for that stuff and I see, you know, how I can literally go to a place like CG Trader and I can search for 3D printing models with the like character tag or figure or statue. Like their system is kind of whack, but that's how we kind of do it. And I can sort by newest. So literally every model that anyone uploads that is sort of tagged as a character that is designed for 3D printing. And there are uploads every day, but the uploads are, there are few enough uploads that I can kind of keep track of it. I can check in once every couple of days and see everything that gets uploaded. And out of everything that gets uploaded, there's a very, very slim percentage of stuff that's actually interesting and appealing. But the fact that I even can go through it in that way is kind of crazy. Like, imagine going to ArtStation or fucking DeviantArt or whatever, and like, oh yeah, let me just look for portrait illustrations to see if anything good has come up. Like, there's gonna be 10,000 uploads a minute. But the fact that character like sculpts, yeah, go ahead, Brunin, no problem. Like, it's such a niche. Like, it means that for me to get in on it is, like, I would feel like I'm getting in on the ground floor. And again, yeah, you have opportunity to establish yourself. Yeah, that's cool. So Lex 3D, I'm guessing that is that your friend's account, or is that your account? I guess it's such a shitty thing on CG Trader that you can't like follow users. That's really weird, because I would totally follow you if that's a thing, but you can just like add individual models. Yeah, I noticed here it's your account. It's weird. You can add individual models to a wish list. Like, the kind of stuff that you make isn't really the type of stuff I'm looking for. But I would still like to follow you just to see the stuff. Yeah, I guess I'll follow you on Cults. Because I have a bunch of people I follow on there who I'm not necessarily looking to buy anything they put up, but what they do is interesting enough that I want to follow and see what they're doing. But anyway, to finally wrap a bow on this whole conversation, as I said, like, it is still a niche enough thing that if you get in on it now, you are sort of getting in on the ground floor. And I don't think I would be able to produce stuff that's good enough to like leave a mark and like build a following necessarily. Certainly not to the point where I would like make money. Like, when I start creating kind of stuff, I will put it on CG Trader, I'll put it on Cults, I'll put it up for sale, and I'll advertise it. And if I can make an extra buck here or there, that's cool. But I think the money I would make on it would not make up for the time and labor I spent making it. But that's kind of not the point. The reason I'm excited about the prospect of getting in reasonably close to the ground floor is not because of the money-making opportunity, but more so the opportunity to connect with people who would be interested in the kind of things I would be making. As an example, I've had this sort of idea for creating my own like Double Dragon figures. And that kind of comes from, originally it was an idea that I wanted to make just like 3D models, like kind of game art sort of thing, for you know, Double Dragon characters, because Double Dragon characters are so malleable. They have 8 billion different versions. There's no like canonical exact version, so I think there's a good room for interpretation there, and that would be kind of fun. And it'd be kind of cool to make a series of figures or statues, you know, and that's something I've looked. If you go on any of those sites and you look for Double Dragon, you're not going to really find anything. And that's still like, I mean, there's something, you know, you can think of a company putting out Double Dragon collectibles and there would be a market for it, for sure. But there's even stuff that's like way, way, way less niche than that. Even the shit that's like mega popular. Like if you look for Spider-Man stuff, yeah, there's like 10 new Spider-Man models every month, every week. But if you think about it, like there should be hundreds, there should be thousands, but there's still only dozens. And certain other like super popular comic book characters, movie characters, whatever, yeah, you can find stuff, but it's like, yeah, there's one good one and there's like 5 that are okay-ish, and that's really weird to me. Granted, I think a lot of people who would maybe be able to create the more higher end stuff, they would probably be looking maybe more to do private commissions, because that probably would pay a lot better. Because that's certainly a thing that people do, right? They commission sculptors to make a one-of-a-kind or limited figure. And, you know, as a sculptor, if I get paid, you know, for a private commission like that, you would probably charge in the thousands of dollars, right? That's one sale for that amount of money, and you have one client, you make them happy with what they want. Compare that to making something, sure, you can make it kind of to your own specifications, but you put it up for sale at, let's say, 20 bucks, and in order to make the same amount of money, you might have to sell 100 of it. And it's still a niche enough thing, you know, hobby, that I think even for the best models, that amount of sale, like that volume of sales is, you know, not unachievable, but not something to take for granted. People doing VTuber rigs charging like 4,000 to 8,000. That sounds insane to me, but I'm not also, I don't get the whole VTuber thing. I mean, it doesn't, I mean, fucking make that money, dude. If you can charge that and people are willing to pay, then obviously fucking go for it. But yeah, I mean, if you look at like custom, you know, quarter scale figures or whatever, you know, the actual mass produced ones are, you know, they might cost you between, let's say, $500 and $800. So if someone has made one for you, even if someone, actually, it's not even a personal commission, but it's like, here's this little, you know, personal hobby outlet selling 5 of these things, they might charge a lot as well. But so if you're actually ordering the artists directly to, like, not ordering them to do it, but ordering from them, commissioning them to do it, they obviously would charge a significant premium compared to what just selling the result would be like, you know? You know, commissioning an artist, you would expect to pay a lot more than you would pay for a you know, for a print of an artwork they've already done, right? It's the same thing. But yeah, I want to, you know, being able to create something that people want would be really cool. But it's stuff that I know that I want, and I would be ideally, or primarily, I should say, be making it for myself. But it's still a very compelling idea to put something out in the world that doesn't exist and wouldn't exist without me putting it out there. And I feel like it's my opportunity to have an impact, kind of, you know. I would love for a company, even, you know, someone like Storm, that does a lot of action figures of weird old properties. They do all these Golden Axe figures and World Heroes and whatever. I feel like Double Dragon would be right up their alley. They could do that, and if they did, I'd probably buy them. And I think there's like, someone could do something like that, but as long as they aren't, like, I have the power to put that into the world in a different way, in an unofficial capacity, of course. But as a fan, and like having that fan shared ownership of something, you know, not a legally shared ownership, but, you know, I think fans and consumers of any media get to have some amount of you know, emotional, let's say, ownership of it. And I can draw pictures and put them on the internet. That's cool. I can draw pictures and I could hypothetically sell prints or t-shirts of them or whatever. That's cool. But actual, like, because characters are kind of the thing I gravitate towards, like an actual physical representation of a character itself, I think is like the epitome, like that's the coolest thing. And I feel like, again, if I want it, I have to imagine that there'd be other people out there who want it too. That was an extremely unrelated conversation, but a very entertaining one. As you can tell, this is stuff I have a lot of thoughts about, a lot of ambitions, ultimately. We can fuck around in Street Fighter 03 for hours and hours, but let's instead take a break there. We'll call it a night as far as Street Fighter 03 goes. And we will set up one more raffle, and that'll be for the final game of the evening. I think we've had a good run of... we had some very quick games, and then we spent an hour plus, an endless night in Street Fighter 03. Let's figure out what's next. Let me set up the raffle here. In fact, let me disable that. Give me a second here. That looks like it is set up. Boom. Yeah, for sure. Like, there's that's the interesting thing about the whole sculpting hobby sphere. Like, there's a lot of artists doing a lot of stuff. Like, I watch ArtStation a lot, of course, I post my own art there. And you see a lot of really cool sculpts, and sometimes you see people linking their shops for where you can buy this sculpts for download. Sometimes people link their Patreons or whatever. A lot of the time, you see something that is very clearly done the way, as if it was done for 3D printing, or maybe literally for 3D printing. In some cases, even photographs of a printed thing, and they literally did it for themselves, or maybe in some cases for a client, and there's nothing for sale. It's just like art, and obviously that's cool. I'm not begrudging anyone for not selling shit to me, but I don't know. There's a lot out there, and I think there is it is still not like a crowded market, and I'm not even sure I want to use the word market. It's not a crowded community, I should say, because it's also not a crowded market. That's not to say that it's like easy to make money in it, but I mean, like I said, for me, I think it's weird to think that I can look up, given the fact that it's a thing that you can do. You can put up a sculpt of a character for download, and there's a lot of really talented people doing that kind of stuff. I can search for the name of an incredibly popular character and only find like 4 results, and 2 of them look like shit. Like, that's weird to me. And well, it's not weird so much as it's a demonstration, it's a proof that we are, the whole thing is in its infancy. Anyway, type raffle in chat. You haven't zoned out completely. Got about 30 seconds, a little less maybe, taking Twitch delay into account, to put your name in the running for the choice of the final game of tonight's stream. Goaty claims that he's going to win. We'll see about that, I suppose. But it has happened. Goaty has, in fact, at least once in history, claimed he was going to win and then proceeded to win. So, it's not impossible.
Let's go!
Well, let's go. Let's see if Goaty takes it. Atomic Runner. Sorry, Goaty. Get fucked. Not putting any limits on repeated raffle wins. Well, besides Atomic Runner, I think that was like the first one of tonight, right? That's enough raffles in between. Goaty won with his highly believable alt account, picking the game he was going to pick anyway. Turns out it all worked out in the end. All right, this game's going to absolutely kick my ass, but that's fine. That's I was going to say that's true of most games. It's not really true. We've actually been doing decently well here. We eventually beat the Knights and everything. We beat Tekken 2. We didn't get the 1cc, but almost in Super Bikkuriman. All right, let's do some breakers. This is a game that I've always enjoyed. It's a game that very much in the vein of Asuka 120%, and it's another good example. It's not one of those games that just feels incredibly fucking good. And it doesn't matter if you know how to play or not. It's just, it's impossible to play that game. Double Dragon Neo Geo is a good example too. Like, it just has a awesome feel to it. It's like super smooth, and it just feels incredibly modern, considering how old it is. All right, let me get this set up here. Semenuska, drop it in here to pick the character, which is fine by me. I mean, obviously, I have the thing on there, so of course it's fine. But Tia is an excellent choice. I don't really know how to play any character, but she's cool. And I think trying to play this game, mashing some buttons, trying out some commands, for me, I guess it would probably be kind of a stalemate between Tia, Sho, Daolong, and maybe trying to do some command grabs with Condor, and probably not being able to, because I don't know any moves. It's pretty cool though. Got a solid Native American command grab. I mean, hey, I had fun with Super Bikkuriman, but it's pretty rough. I guess I won't argue that. Let's hope this... Like, I've had this weird thing, right, with Neo Geo games, like, not quite running at 100% speed in MAME, and that's really bizarre. I don't know why that is, but hopefully things will be reasonably cooperative. Let me, I don't know, close down Steam in the background. Is that going to help with performance? Might as well. Is there a reason we'd pick another version? I think we'll be fine. All right, let's set up here. Got this weird sampled music. Well, it's not weird, it just sounds a little muffled. You guys excited for the Dreamcast release of Breaker's Revenge? Such a weird thing. Did that come out?
Round one, fight!
Yeah, most Neo Geo games aren't really, like, don't really have much difference. Oh, it's Breakers. Yeah, it's like, that's right, it's not even Revenge. Yeah, the whole thing is weird. It's like someone announced like a Dreamcast port of Snatcher, I think, and it was like it looked like shit. They like repainted something. It was like terrible, and I don't think that ever materialized. I remember it looking awful. All right, let's set this up. So this was definitely a game I discovered as I was just, you know, I don't know how the button layout works in this. I will figure it out. You know, when I wasn't playing Capcom games in arcades because they weren't around, I was downloading Neo Geo games and playing them. And of course, I'd never heard of this anywhere outside of, I don't know, ROM sites. And I don't know, it's just like really smooth and cool. And I mean, I never learned how to play it. So the name Breakers, I guess, like, is connected in some form or another to the fact that breaking is like a core mechanic of this game, where you can like guard cancel, I guess. I don't even know how it works really. But back then I didn't have any clue. I don't remember even if I like looked up guides, or just like booted it up and tried to figure out, like, try some quarter circles and half circles. Yeah, but it's like, isn't it kind of similar to the guard cancel in Fatal Fury, where you like, yeah, you cancel block stun with a special move. Something to that effect. Like, basically it means the commonly agreed upon rules for what constitutes a safe or unsafe move. It just does not apply to this game. But that makes it interesting, and it contributes to the game's kind of breakneck pace. But even not even being aware of any of that, like, it's fast and smooth. It's got good music. It's got Pierre's most absurd 8,000 decibel voice clips. He's got some characters who are like legitimate, super fucking cool. It's definitely like a game like this. I feel like, for better or for worse, wouldn't come from a bigger name developer and publisher. So it's got a weird roughness to its edges here and there, but it's also super polished, and it has that like incredibly smooth feel to it. Yeah, it's like incredibly fluid. That's a good word for it. I think this game and Asuka 120%, like, they kind of exemplify that quality where you pick it up and it just like feels really good, and you're almost like weirded out by how good it feels, especially for games that are like, you could understand a like indie game from 2013 feeling that way, but a fucking arcade game, or even in Asuka's case, like console or home computer games from like 1993 feeling that smooth and modern, like, it's crazy. Level 4 is probably a bad idea. We'll get destroyed, but that's fine. We'll just play this for a while until I pass out. I know the question came up at some point in the past of why I put Breakers on the list but not Breakers Revenge. It really comes down to this game being nostalgic to me, and me having basically never played Breakers Revenge. Breakers Revenge is a sequel that adds one character and replaces a lot of the artwork with way uglier artwork. I'm guessing there's other differences to the game, but those are the two differences that I am aware of. But I never played that version really, and I like the art in this much better. So, like, this is the game I played. I never played Revenge. That's all they changed? Alright. Background colors too. Yeah, so Saizo is like the ninja character. Yeah, like, Sho looks fucking so cool. Oh shit. Lord Broy. Welcome to the tail end. Yeah, like, Rila and Tia looks awesome. Like, Andra are so fucking cool. Daolong and Sho, like, feel like the characters that aren't cool are the characters who are sort of meant to not be that cool. Welcome, guys. We are playing fighting games, and we're playing Breakers
Round 1.
song. And I'm gonna try to remember how to do anything. All right. Okay, I'm gonna change my controls real quick. This is definitely how I would have played it back in the day, with like the A, B, C, D layout, so that you have punches, like light punch up here, heavy punch down there, light kick and heavy kick, which like is super unintuitive, but it's how I used to play KOF, because I would have the button layout that way for all the Neo Geo stuff. But in an actual like cabinet, that's not how it would have been laid out. And now that 25 years later, when I don't regularly play games that way, it feels weird to me too. Now we have sort of a Street Fighter layout. Yeah, it's got a fucking Insana skin. Yeah, so she's like the Choto, sort of. Like, even the camera stuff. There's so many little touches to this. Of like polish and slickness that you wouldn't really expect to see. Oh, okay. Like that you didn't necessarily see even in like big name fighting games. Trying to figure out the other super. So if anyone like actually knows moves, by the way, feel free to let me know. Backseating is very welcome for these streams, so I don't know what I'm doing. Do you look away since you think you can easily defeat me? That's quality English there.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, I was like, does she have charge moves? Like, I vaguely recall her having some kind of charge moves, but maybe not. Also, if someone can explain how breakering works, that'd be cool, because I have no clue. Left kick in the air. Alright, good to know.
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, is that... Oh yeah, shooting mash. Okay, I see. I love his jump D, the rapid kicks. I love the stun effect. Okay, that was supposed to be a super, but that works. Yeah, it's a cool effect how when, like, well, I guess I saved the meter, so sure. Okay, I'll try to do my super. That super seems a bit shit. See it? Yeah, nice. Breakering is doing a special link gap on opponent's combo. Mash out DPs. Okay. Yeah, but that's all the info I need. Oh yeah, so this game has another, like, this has in common with, Killing Zone. The characters have alternate names for player 1 and player 2 sides. At least in mirror matches. Interesting kind of quirk. His KO scream is pretty good.
Round 2. Fight.
He's such a cool character. Look at the actor frames on that. Portugal back punch is a super. Whoa. Okay. Nice, okay. Well, that seems like a pretty good super. Oh, okay. Works in the air. I didn't mean to do that, but that's research.
Round 3. Fight.
Yeah, there's a lot There's a lot of hidden lore about this game's development history. I saw BBH was getting into a spat with someone on Twitter over it recently. Because there's like footage, right? There's like, as there always is, some dude somewhere in Japan that has a board of a pre-release version. Oh, dude, the vacuum effect is so fucking cool. He literally gets sucked into his grab. I love that shit. That makes him like. That makes that command grab like the way it looks is like fine. It's kind of whatever. But that vacuum effect itself is like. Mwah, it's like so sick. Like it makes that one of the best command grabs. Like it doesn't even matter what happens after it. He sucks you in. The fact that he does it, like the way it looks and the way it feels. Like even when you're on the receiving end of it, it's like it has that incredible like oh fuck effect that like classic command grabs had and like modern 2D fighter command grabs rarely have. Especially in Street Fighter 4, I thought that really sucked. That like, there's this really like awkward. Oh, I was gonna say it doesn't really do much chip, but kind of did at the end there. Okay, I wanted to see if I could ever land that super, but. Whoa, dude! Fucking half-screen vacuum. Alright, let's German suplex. All right. Trying to maintain a conversation while I'm playing this is as a fool's errand for sure, but... Oh yeah, Shelly. That's so cool. Only the best games, this and Killing Zone. But yeah, like I said, like... Even if you have no idea what you're doing, it just always, like, everything in this game just feels good. Like, you can change stuff very easily. Movement is nice and smooth. Super looks cool. Oh, that's right, the mirror version has a different color palette as well. Oh, get like sucked in, but that's nice. Like it actually hits reliably. Whoa! Oh, I thought you were gonna jump over. Okay.
Round 3, fight!
Oh, I tried to dash. Well, it worked out. Alright, that's cool. Alright, no air blocking. Fair enough. Okay. A little awkward, but... Or a little sloppy, I should say. Let's jump in his HP. Alright, good to know. I've learned my kick directly from my brother, yet you can't imitate it. Alright. Fucking PL. I hate this guy.
Round 1.
Right, well, he's Italian, of course he is. Makes sense. Oh, I mean, I guess the restaurant is... Right. Oh, interesting. Her projectile has limited range. I just always, like, remember him being the most annoying character. Both because of his looks, his voice, his gigantic normals. Like, everything about him, he's, like, designed to be infuriating, I feel like. Fast projectile, too. No, that doesn't work. Oh, that was not meant to be a throw. Probably the worst character. That's interesting. I mean, obviously, I never played this against other people. Although I'm sure once we beat like 3 or 4 opponents, every character is the most annoying character. That's just the way the AI is gonna be.
Round 1. Fight.
But with this character, you have like the added aspect of him looking like such a jackass and him sounding like such a jackass that it's like adding a layer of insult to injury. That such a violently uncool character is like fucking rocking your shit. That I don't know, that grinds my gears for sure. Alright, let's fuck him up. Yeah, so presumably he's not great on wake up. Like in neutral, he'll stick out this heavy kick. All right, Lemazar, thank you very much for that redemption. I like that he straight up has like fucking Ryu's standing heavy kick. All right, I stuck out a button there. That worked out. And yes, indeed, that finally has put a finale to the art request queue. There's a significant backlog that I haven't been able to get to over the past month or so. But it makes me happy to know that this game is waiting for us at the end. The DP iframes, pretty good. Wow. Yeah, Breakers will, I don't know. I don't want to promise anything in terms of making it a major thing. I'm honestly going to be very happy to just kind of be done with the whole thing. But at least it's a really good game with cool characters that I'm going to enjoy making artwork of. I saw you dropping the lore there. Crap, let me see if I can. There's damage scaling. The longer you go without an attack colliding, the more damage it will do. Interesting. That's a pretty interesting system. Oh. It's like the opposite. Well, it's not the opposite, I don't know, but it's like a different take on Guilty Gear's kind of offense, defense thing, where like... Well, it's kind of the opposite, right? Because if you turtle in that game, you will take more damage when you actually get hit. I had the right idea. I blocked it, and I tried to punish, but I guess I should have punished it with something else. Yeah, there's some kind of... Looked like I was doing some kind of dial combo there. I guess is a thing. I don't know. Also look forward to me making Breakers action figures. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it wouldn't be at the top of my list for sure, but it could conceivably be on my list at some point, right? Of like, type of characters that would be cool to see. And that's kind of thing you actually do see, which is interesting. Not Breakers specifically necessarily, but... people who make... Sick! Alright, just mash. I guess just mashing Heavy Punch did that dial combo, if you want to call it that. Like I said, you know, you look for Spider-Man, you look for X-Men characters, you look for, I don't know, fucking John Wick or whatever. Like, yeah, you find stuff. But every now and then, you find someone... I saw... not too long ago, like in the summer, I found someone who'd made a couple of, like, Cobra... sculpts. And they weren't great, but I was still, like, keeping my eye on them. They weren't like awful, but not like, if they were for sale as like actual figures, I wouldn't consider spending money on them. But you know, if I can get the STLs for $5, maybe.
Round 2.
So every now and then you find like, you know, someone just having done this thing for themselves that they thought were cool, you know, not necessarily made for maximum marketability. But you know, someone might have done a figure of Tia or something, you know, it's not inconceivable. That's part of what makes that whole thing so much fun also. Ah, there we go, of course. Oh yeah, that's right, the both punches. Because I remember when I first played this game back in the day, I remember being unable to figure out any of Dao Long's moves, because he's like a charge character or whatever. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, maybe that's what I was doing. I thought it was like a dial comic, so I was just mashing punches so hard. Yeah, both kicks, I guess, is this like overhead. The hitbox. What's the gap there, I guess? Yo, the foreshortening on that? That's pretty crazy looking. Baseball swing. Like, Maharal isn't exactly cool, but he's also pretty cool. Like, when I say that he's not cool, I guess I mean, like, there's a... He's not, like... You know, he does shit like that. Nice. Okay, that is not at all what I was trying to do, but it worked out. Sound in this game is very all over the place, but there's definitely some sounds are very good. What? How? What? Okay, I guess he breakered. Probably, maybe. I don't fucking know. Hell yeah. Just fucking go for it. Okay, making smoother progress than expected. MIDI guitars. Alright, Rilla. Like, audio mixing, I think, is weird. Like, a lot of the music is weirdly soft. I whiffed the first hit of the double punch. Yeah, you can cancel it to the overhead kick, too. Oh. Dude, okay, that's pretty cool. Do a little wind post when I get out of stun, and I guess that had iframes? The super whiffed? That was a very bizarre interaction. I still want to experiment with, like, canceling into those punches and kicks. See what I can do. Because, Crap, you said something, like, I guess you can do the uppercut out of the punches. Is that like a link? Or is the first hit cancelable? Yeah, that's what it is. Oh boy. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to end well. Yeah, I think that's going to involve a level of finger gymnastics that I'm not quite equipped for here. Yeah, I keep out of habit doing her jump kick, but it's just got that weird upwards angle on her jump B. That makes it... I can see why her jump C is better. Like as a jump in combo starter type thing. See, like shit like that, you just like mash buttons, just like links together. It feels really good. Got 90s ass iframes on everything. Okay, that was meant to be a fireball, but I'll take it.
Round 2, fight!
Of course. Frames? Iframes? Gonna punish a lot bigger than that, but... I'm guessing those supers aren't very good, because they seem to have like a full second of start now. Which makes up for it in other ways, though, I guess.
Round 3, fight!
So, like, obviously that super didn't fully connect, but the fact that it, like, juggled and connected at all is, like, kind of cool. AI, thankfully, it doesn't seem, like, very good at punishing stuff. Weird, like... left a little gap there. You can hold it, so it's variable. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, that means you can at least... There's some kind of guessing game to it.
Round 1, fight!
I didn't mean to do the uppercut. Wow, okay. Well, I guess close range projectiles being punishable is the crazy concept. You just dashed in really far while I was throwing the projectile, so I wasn't expecting it to hit that close. Okay. Nice, you can actually... Oh, shit. I didn't see what happened there in that interaction. Because the tree branch. Mash it out. Shit like that comboing, like, just feels so good. Like, everything has good amount of hit stun, I suppose. Like, frame advantage. Fuck's sake. I noticed that I was able to combo after that air flip kick, by the way. Alright, so much for making use of my meter. Oh, that was a breaker, I guess. Let's say it was anyway.
9.
Yeah, I'm sure all of her supers are like mega punishable. At this rate, I can't really tell which one is which until after it's happened. And it's just still like sort of flying around the screen, so it's not trivial to figure out where I should be positioning myself to punish it. Not to say I'm not appreciative of the advice, of course. Just trying to narrate my kind of process I'm going through here. No iframes, huh?
Round 2.
Just kick super is good for like as an anti-air. Yeah, it doesn't seem very like literally every time I've tried doing it, they've hit me out of it. That was supposed to be a crouching kick. I'm not sure why it wasn't. Maybe it was in dash recovery or something.
3, fight!
SD. Okay. I just kind of wanted to make sure that I had the command right. Oh, okay. That had iframes for sure. Like landing that like multi-hit uppercut at that range, it feels really good. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it makes sense given the, like, the meter building and everything. Like, it makes sense for supers in this to not be the answer to everything. Like, using them primarily as you know, combos and punish type things, as opposed to, like, I mean, especially given that you have other tools. At least some of the characters clearly have moves with iframes, you know? So the super doesn't, you know, become the go-to answer for everything. 3 buttons. Okay, I see. Dude, yeah, I couldn't see which way she was gonna land, but she's still, I don't know. Like, obviously she's punishable after that, but as soon as her feet touch the floor, it seems like she recovers pretty quickly. That shit like that is always annoying when you try to punish like a dragon punch or something. And you sort of have all the time in the world, but if you're a split second too early, they're airborne and you get a weird punish. Although I don't know how much of a thing that is in this game, given how shit combos in this. See that shit combo. Reversal throw, of course.
Round 2, fight.
Now it looks like the wake up is just like the KOF style roll. Nice. Character specific. I see, that's kind of cool though. See, like she's blocking. Dude, that kind of weird. That was actually meant to be a super, which would have been a waste, but I guess I would have lost either way, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, to be honest though, like, this is the kind of way I was expecting to get stuck on every opponent after the first handful. Continuing is fast and painless. So it's like, it doesn't stop being fun. Like, even when you lose, even when you get owned, I guess. Mashing too hard. There's an inherent satisfying feel to this. But holy shit, like tournaments and whatever, like matches in this must be so insanely fast. Like the damage is really high, and everything moves at a blistering pace. Dude, come on. Dude, look at the damage. Oh, I guess she hadn't been pressing buttons. So when I whiffed my super, or she blocked it, she hit me with one normal for like 25%. About ST speed? Yeah, of course, like playing it like this is not going to be indicative of what an actual back and forth might be like for like decently matched opponents. But of course, in ST, you know, matches can, you know, guile mirrors can time out. But matches can also end in 2 seconds. That was probably not that wise.
Round 2, fight.
See, I was trying to go early there to at least get something. Nice. Okay, I was extremely close to screwing that up.
Round 3, fight!
Oh, okay. I was trying to like combo into super, but it's hard to not get the fireball to come out. You can't special like super cancel.
9, 8,
Timer tends to end on 69. Okay, I see.
round 1, fight!
I just don't know how to approach her.
You move.
I'm like probably not fucking jumping in, but walk up and stand C. I don't know.
You move.
There is something especially demoralizing about losing to fucking input reading footsies. Like, because it's so kind of obvious.
Round 1,
I mean, I've seen worse examples than this, for sure. Or fireballs, maybe? That's probably a good call. Nice little sweeps. Another 90s classic. I don't know what that was, but... Ah! Okay.
You move. Round 2, fight!
Froze up there. That was a bad... Okay, well, she gave me second lease on life there by not killing me after that first cross-up.
9,
Spam Hadoken. I have a feeling that that's not quite the answer.
round 1, fight!
Because I tried to, like... It's still a significant risk, and she moves very fast, but... I think what I should do, like... More like that, right? Alright, press the button.
KO. You move.
So you can close the distance very
Round
quickly,
2, fight!
and there's a pretty significant recovery. But I can do them kind of meaty like that, right? So... Dude, that was supposed to be a fireball. Alright. Although blocking it that closely probably wouldn't have been great anyway. There's some kind of boss after this, right? I don't remember at all. I figured there ought to be. Guess that's probably safe. I don't know how... Not safe on fucking whiff, but... Probably would have been punished for. Oh, I
You move.
figured I...
Round 2, fight!
Ah, fucking reversal throws.
KO.
I was trying to do my supers a bunch of times, but I guess I got chipped out there.
9. Round
I'm always
2,
trying to think of after losing, like, oh yeah, I should try to mash BP, whatever. But I'm not really getting like comboed, and I guess if I were, the whole breakering type thing, I guess wouldn't necessarily apply so much against the computer anyway. Like if it's down to like execution errors and leaving gaps. Do that. punished, did like a shit ton of damage.
Double KO.
Okay.
Draw game.
I mean, that's better than losing.
2, fight.
The damage. I guess it cuts both ways.
KO. You lose.
Well, let's
Round
one thing at a
3,
time here.
Fight.
Yeah, I guess Stand D isn't all bad. Okay. That was like a fucking crouching C into super, and I got thrown out of it. How is that possible?
9.
How does my crouching heavy punch have like negative
Round
hit stun?
1, fight.
Well, I guess that's the whole breaker thing being like pretty inscrutable. Throw is a breaker move. Alright, Brunin, thanks for stopping by. Take care and have a nice night. I definitely do recall Rilla being another like problem character. I guess it doesn't help if she's like at the end of the ladder. I feel like shit because she like literally whiffed a fucking uppercut in my face. I didn't punish it. There was like shitty damage for an old game like this, but honestly, Stand D, I should probably use it more because she does these like weird hops and like she attacks from kind of odd angles.
Round 3.
But this actually seems to cover like decently well. Okay. Although normal's being weirdly, surprisingly good, I can kind of see. Ah, my God! I just wanted to create some room to do something. I was hoping to chip out with the fireballs, but I timed them perfectly to miss.
Round 1.
Yeah, but I mean, good normals is also kind of a hallmark of old fighting games. And that kind of goes double, I think, for a game that has like kind of generous systems like this, with, like canceling and, you know, generous frame data and generous hitboxes. I think honestly that's a big. Did I do a super? I guess I did. That's a contributing factor for sure.
Fight.
With games that like feel good, that nothing is like everything just feels kind of effective. What's up, man? Mark? I'm doing pretty well. Been going for quite a while tonight. It's gonna be our last game of the evening, so. Well, I was gonna say we're gonna wrap up soon-ish, but we might have another half hour of this.
9.
But it's a very enjoyable game, so I can't
Round
complain.
1. Fight.
It is midnight. Realized it's a little bit later than I had some stuff I wanted to do before going to bed tonight. We'll see if I'm able to get to any of that. Okay, well, weirdly agreeable there. Let's see if that can
Round 2. Fight.
keep that going. Oh, that was perfect. Nice! Hotter in some kind of backdash or something. 800,000. Sleeping like that, you are also an ordinary lady. That's right. I ate the spirit of your brother to make it my blood and flesh. It was really delicious. Because that's a character-specific quote? He looks a lot like Bogashuko in Neo Geo Double Dragon. Similar kind of energy projection shit too. Very cool effect though. Is it Zankuro? There's like some Samurai Shodown boss that has like a voice that kind of like this too. Can't even see what's fucking happening.
Round 2, fight!
Like there's super sick music happening somewhere in the background, like 2 miles away. You can barely make it out when everything else is quiet. I'm like, I'm glad we got her. I'll happily try to beat this game if we can, but I also freely admit that there's no shame whatsoever in giving up here if that's what it comes to. A little annoying that we have to see the dialogue scene every time. I feel like that should be punished. Sweep into fireball or something. Well, the sweep just works, I guess. Not bad. Oh boy, press the button's a little too soon there. Alright, that's a weird but kind of cool launcher. I feel like that's like it's a weird frame trap. Hamakusa has also a weird voice. Maybe that is what I'm thinking of, but I remember Amakusa mostly having like a high-pitched voice. But it might have similar kind of oral qualities to it. This kind of weird reverb. Nice. That's probably death. Nice. Okay, there we go. Easy. Got him. That's what, second try? 900,000 points. Dude, even in the fucking ending, you get like properly colored character sprites, like based on the color you played. That is super sick. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that actually. Not terribly much of an ending, but hey. Don Gabacho. Good job. Good job. Don Gabacho. Well, I guess that's time, huh? Never seen the original endings? Yeah, I guess they were all redone in Revenge as well, huh? Because they, yeah, all the like the pixel art portraits for winning matches in the versus screen are all replaced with this like sketchy hand-drawn art that is both like not as well drawn, but also like digitized in a way that makes it look like really grimy and like just not nice to look at. So it looks like way shitter. So I guess I'm happy to know that I'm not just a weirdo. There is like actual legitimate merit to choosing to play the original Breakers over Breakers Revenge. I mean, I'd do it either way. But I guess it's some I don't even know if vindication is the right word, but nice to know, I suppose. I don't have strong opinions on Saizo either way, but I think he's like sort of the worst looking character. Like he looks kind of weird too. And I bet he's super fucking annoying to fight. So if that means we had one less match to get through, like, fine, I guess. Because he's got like a sword and shit. He's like... Sword characters are annoying, I guess. He is the most annoying. I mean, if even people who play this game thinks he's annoying, then I'm sure he is incredibly annoying. Well, guys, we had an interesting spread of games. Highs and lows and everything in between. But I had a great time. Now, I need to try to find a few minutes to check out some things I wanted to before going to bed. And then I'm going to get a good night's sleep. And then tomorrow, we're going to be back. And we're going to be playing, finishing maybe, Return to Monkey Island. And if there's other time for other stuff beyond that, maybe we'll check out some of those birthday games. Who knows? But Monkey Island is going to be the main, first order of business. We are also, as tomorrow marks the beginning of October, we're beginning Resident Evil month in the movie zone on my Discord. We're going to be watching Resident Evil Apocalypse. It's going to be terrible, and I can't wait. Every Saturday evening this month, we're going to be watching yet another Resident Evil live-action movie sequel, and it will be terrible, and it will be glorious. So if that sounds like something you want to join in on, just check out the Discord. It's not very complicated. You just click the link right there, and hopefully that link is current. But before that, we're going to be playing some Monkey Island and maybe some other stuff. So let us figure out where we are going to raid. Where we're going to raid? Where we're going to go? Who we're going to raid? Ann K is streaming. I don't feel like I very often have an opportunity to raid Ann's channel, so let's go do that. Ann is super cool, so I'm sure she's going to be doing something interesting on her stream. She always is. And looks like PC98. Wait, is this... Shit, I think I know this game. I think I have the Saturn version of this game. Yeah, Hyper Securities. Right. This is gonna be sick. All right, let's go watch Ann play police anime racing sims on PC98. That's gonna be pretty sick. Thanks again for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Take care and have a good night. Peace.